Yes, good morning and welcome to our footage here of the Winlott under 15 Super 6 tournament here in the Park Hill. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We have St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 taking on the Dominic under 15. We apologize for the late start.
Grenada.
Yes, Grenada under 15. And we apologize for the late start. St. Vincent is 39. They are 39 for 1 after 9 overs. Here with me in the studio is Cecil. Good morning to you, Cecil.
Good morning, Alonso. Good morning to our viewers. And it's nice to be back at Park Hill.
So George continuing the bowling. He has opened the bowling with the skipper from Grenada, Bartholomew, who just completed his 5th over. So we're about to have the end of the power play after this over. Slater is batting. He's facing up. He's on 5. And the number 3 batsman, the skipper, Jordan Charles, he's on 24 for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Overcast conditions here. A little bit different than what we had on the first 2 days. But still no immediate threat of rain, so we hope that it continues like that throughout the day. Short delivery. Looking to pull that one, but it's a wide one down the leg side. Keeper does well there to keep it from going for some extra runs. Wicket keeper Charles, Rakeem Charles. First wicket, in case you missed it, was taken by the skipper Bartholomew. Thomas going LBW in the first over. That one is through to the keeper. George is not bowling with much pace, but he's keeping a fairly good line. And the skipper as well, Bartholomew, has been quite disciplined. Has also gotten some movement today, beating the bat a few times after taking that first wicket.
Well, one of the things I note that the pitch here at Park Hill has a bit more pace and bounce than what I saw at Cumberland on Wednesday. And it seems as if the youngsters are enjoying the conditions at Park Hill much better than that at Cumberland.
Yes, duly noted. And it's encouraging. I mean, as we mentioned quite often, and you have heard it not just here on this broadcast, but elsewhere, that, you know, once the pitches are good, then the quality of the cricket will actually step up to beat that. So we must commend the team at Park Hill for working very hard on this square. This one is short. It's pulled away. That's a good shot there from Slater. One bounce into the boundary for 4. Short delivery. And he was quickly into it. Very
much so. A very good shot indeed. He really picked it up nicely. One bounce into the backward square, picking up a boundary. And the total goes on to 45. And I must say, a pretty solid start for St. Vincent and the Grenadines after losing that wicket in the first over.
Yes, by far their best start in the tournament. 45 now for 1. Don't think that they have been in this position so far in the tournament. So they want to keep the partnership going for as long as possible. Skipper there batting with Slater, who has just begun to just expand his stroke play a bit. Let's see how George responds. Full delivery, left alone outside the off stump.
And I must say the Vincentian batters, they have been very disciplined to that ball outside the off stump. A wide 4th, 5th stump outside the off stump. They are just watching it go by and not chasing it and giving any snick to the keeper or to the slip, but just allowing the bowler to come to them in order for them to effect their stroke play.
Yes, and as you mentioned it, now one of the slips actually being taken out, moved to a very shortish backward square. So shortish backward square leg, mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off, extra cover. So full delivery. It's flicked off his pads. Nicely timed. They will challenge the boundary. They cross for 1. They will come back for 2. Should be feeling about now. And that's all there will be. That's all there will be. 2 runs. Maybe chance of a third, but you could hear the shout coming from in the dressing room. Don't take the risk. They have lost a few wickets to the run-out route in their game so far, including 2 in quick succession in their previous match. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Misses that one on his pads. Doesn't seem to be a very strong area for him, Slater. He got one away off his pads earlier for 4. But he has missed quite a few of the fuller ones on his pads. So 47 for 1. It's the end of the first power play. 10 overs have been bowled here at Park Hill.
Well, certainly, I think a pretty good start for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and they would be happy with that. 47 for 1 after 10, going at 4.7 and over. And really the sort of foundation you would want for the batters who are yet to come. Saw Grenada against Dominica. They defeated Dominica on Wednesday at Cumberland. And they do have some depth. I looked at the number 5 in Mitchell and the number 11 in Wickham. Those 2 can hit the ball. And they seem to be the sort of players who would not push around. They like to take it to the bowler, and once you're in the slot, they will definitely going to hit you. Wickham very stocky, a big lad for 15. If you just look next to the keeper, there he's look a very heavy set. And he really can hit the ball a long way. So there here is Bishop, who would come in, and I mentioned to you earlier that he's ambidextrous, can bowl with both arms, he fields with both hands, he throws with both hands, he can bat both ways. So let's see how he's going to start, whether he's going to bowl left arm orthodox or he's going to bowl right arm off spin.
Very interesting. I wonder if he's any relation to Teddy Bishop.
I was hearing maybe some thought that he's perhaps the younger brother of Teddy Bishop.
All right, very interesting. Yes, we have heard about him. Has some good figures in the tournament so far. Has picked up a few wickets.
I think in both games he has picked up 3 wickets apiece.
So he'll be bowling to Charles. There's a slipping pace in Wickham. Having a look at that first one, it's a bit wide. So signal by umpire by him.
So it looks like he's bowling his right arm off spin. At some stage, I think he's going to switch.
So I think I was told that to the left hand does he bowl off spin and to the right hand does he bowl left arm orthodox.
Something to that effect.
We saw in the recent series, England-West Indies series, that Livingston, he bowls off spin to the left handers and leg spin to the right handers.
Well, when you have that sort of versatility, I think you can bring some value to the team.
Absolutely. So the power players ended. Some of the fielders on the onside have been spread to the boundary. There's a deep mid wicket, there's a long on, there's a deep square leg in place. As Bishop again comes into bowl. This one is a bit shorter. Charles has enough time just to play it off the pitch on his back foot. No run.
Well, I think Captain Charles recognizing that he has to stay there, not taking any chances, trying to be very watchful, play each ball on its merit.
Yeah, this one is a bit flatter, a bit quicker. Little inside edge there onto the pads. It's a fuller one. It's driven down the ground. Is there a chance? No. Just one bounce down to the man at long on. Doesn't go all the way to him. Has to be careful there, the skipper for St. Vincent. Charles either has to get that into the gap or try to get it all the way.
Well, I think I see he rehearsed the shot, and I think he felt that he should have gone for 6. But luckily for him, it fell well short of the man on the long on boundary.
Yeah, he didn't get the timing that he wanted to get on it. Bishop not giving much pace to the batsman to work with as a spinner. Skipper making some little adjustments to the field as the right-hander is now on strike. Long on, deep mid-wicket in place, deep square leg. Mid-off brought up in the circle. Comes forward. Very generous flight on those deliveries there. Some of those deliveries from Bishop. So far, his line has been good. And he has bowled to both right and left-hander, so he has made that adjustment very quickly. So that's commendable from the young man. This one is short. It's pulled away. Didn't get the contact that he wanted, but we'll have time for a single down to the man at deep backward square leg.
And the 50 comes up in over number 11.
Yes, that's milestone being congratulated by the team. So that's the end of the over. 50 for 1 at the end of over number 12. 11, sorry, number 11.
So St. Vincent continue to just tick the runs off and keep the scoreboard ticking. You see Captain Charles, he's on 25, Slater on 12, having lost that early wicket. And these two would want to bat a lot deeper into the innings, bearing in mind there's 50 overs.
Yeah, Thomas dismissed earlier for 2 runs. As we see a change in bowling, Mitchell being introduced to the bowling. There's Ron Mitchell. Is he an off spinner?
I think he bowls a bit of off spin.
Okay.
Sometimes I think he tries a bit of leggies as well.
All right, so he'll be bowling to Slater. This one is full. Slater and the back foot defense may have been better served coming forward on that one, but he watched it onto the bat, defending it off the back foot. Was quite full in the end. Tends to favor the back foot Slater. Again, missing that one on the pad, but not out, says the umpire. This one is Fuller. He's coming forward to this one, so choosing to use his height. He's a tall batsman, is Slater. Covers that one back to the bowler, Mitchell. Tall batsman is Slater. Covers that one back to the bowler, Mitchell. So a little bit of a quieter period of play here, and that's part of the ebb and flow of cricket. This one is Fuller. Lots of air on that delivery. May have been tempted into a drive, Slater, but chose not to.
Just a bit of observation, Alan. So the mid-off is right up in the circle, and with it, him tossing up, not even look, he can easily go over the top.
Well, I think they're seeing that he has made the decision not to. And that's why they have come so close.
Definitely. There's no sign of aggression. No. And hence,
not lifting up the bat in his back left with any
so therefore, so there's no purpose in that. So they're trying to close in on him.
Single taken there. Feel that cover was a bit deep. Deepish extra cover. So an easy single in the end. Takes the total on to 51 for 1 at the end of over number 12. St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 19 at the wicket versus Grenada under 19.
So at the end of 12, 51 for 1. Solid start for the Vincentians. And they would want to continue. These two would want to bat a little deep into the innings, perhaps up to the 30th over, to see what sort of platform you can lay for the team, and the others can try to push on from there. But I think they would want to post a pretty decent total here so that they can defend, because Grenada from the last game came out victorious, and we see already the threat of rain. It's overcast, a light drizzle already, but the umpire's taking no chance and taking the necessary precaution.
Yeah, it's coming down heavily. We could see it coming over the hill to our left. And if you're looking at the screen, it should be to your right. Coming down quite heavily. And it's approaching the ground, should get to the ground in a while. And due to this little break, we just remind you that the score is 51 for 1. St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15, taking on Grenada under 15 here in the Winlott under 15 West Indies Cricket Board under 15 competition, Windward Islands Cricket Board under 15 competition. We'll take a short break, and when we come back, we should have some live action for you after the ring. Yes, good morning and welcome back to the Park Hill playing field here for the Winlott Inc. Super 6 under 15 competition Windward Islands Cricket Board. We have the Grenada team versus the St. Vincent and Grenadines team here today. St. Vincent and Grenadines inserted, lost the toss. The Grenada won the toss, it chose to bowl. And so far we have had 12 overs. St. Vincent and Grenadines 51 for 1. The sole wicket to be lost, that of Zach Thomas, dismissed for 2. Not out is the captain, Jordan Charles, on 25. And Slater, Cody Slater, he's on 30. And we have some adjustments in the conditions for the game. Due to the time lost, and the cut-off point will be 1:44 p.m. And we hear the commission box, Cecil Charles. Good morning again.
Once again, good morning. And in that 48 overs, 3 bowlers can bowl 10 overs, 2 can bowl 9. So still a lot of time on our hand. And one hope that St. Vincent and the Grenadines, having laid that platform of 51 in 12 overs, 51 for 1, can build on that and put a decent total on the tins.
So this is the first delivery, wide delivery there from Bishop. So moves the score on to 52 for 1. Slip in place. That short backward square leg, deep square leg on the boundary. Mid wicket. This one is flighted. Good delivery. Some nice turn and bounce on that delivery there from Bishop, beating Slater all ends up.
Let me see Captain Charles immediately calling him and having a word with him and giving him some advice. Bishop, very interesting figure. And I think Grenada would depend rather heavily on him in this innings. They were hoping that he will get among the wickets. But he seems to know what he's doing.
This one is turned into the gap. Should be a single. And no more. Fielded there by the man. Coming in from a deep square leg boundary. So 1 run to Slater. Adds to the total. It's now 53 for 1. Being informed that both these batsmen, Slater and Charles, they are from the same household. So they should be very familiar with each other. There should be an element of camaraderie and competition among them.
They are related, they are cousins, and living in the same house from the same area, so they would know each other very well. And so far they have forged a very good partnership.
Yes, and we all know that in cricket, partnerships work well when they are also good partnerships off field. Bishop again. This one is wrapped on the pad. Loud appeal for LBW. Not out, says the umpire, but a good delivery there again from Bishop. He's asking some questions here.
Definitely asking some questions, and Charles a little casual in that. But what I think between Charles and Slater, it also gives bragging rights. When you're home, you can talk about it. So I'm sure they will look to outdo each other.
Well, that may prove to be a good thing. This one is going close to the boundary. Good stop by the man there. At one point, he seemed to be coming second, but he made up the last part of the ground. Well, in the end, it looks like Gordon, who does that feeling, keeps them down to 2 runs.
So it was a good drive, not full-blooded, but he timed it well, pushed it down to long off, and got himself 2 runs.
This one is walk to the man at mid-wicket. Easy single. So Charles looking as if he has just settled back in. And he switches over, right and left hander at the crease.
And with the right hand, left hand combination, the youngsters, it can be a challenge. But so far, Bishop has really handled this situation very well.
Another good delivery there. Again, beaten was Slater as he prodded forward. Another very good delivery there. Excellent delivery from Bishop. To end the 13th over, it's 56 for 1. St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 50.
So 5 runs coming in that over, and the Vincentians can be very satisfied. They have kept the scoreboard ticking and really turning over the strike really, and I think these two, they are in conversation. And what we alluded to it earlier on, they know each other well. So, again, a motivating factor for both of them.
Yes, and they'll be looking to extend this partnership as far into the innings as possible. We have seen the St. Vincent and Grenadines under 19 team in the competition so far. Their batting has really been their Achilles heel. Haven't really been able to forge together many partnerships. And the strength of the lower order and the lower middle order is something that, seems to be questionable. So the top order really needs to dig in and get as many of the runs and bat as many of the overs as possible. Continuing is Mitchell. Punches it just wide of the man at point. Long single there. But Slater...
I think he was sleeping there.
Yeah,
that should have been a single.
Yeah, long single.
And interestingly, Alan, so I note that the ground staff moving towards the covers.
Yes, and they know better than we do. Although I'm not from very far from here, I grew up close enough, but I'm not from Park Hill, so they will be very well aware of the local conditions. Another one outside the off stump. No run taken. Hopefully it's caught wrong. This one is driven nicely, but field is well set. Offside, well enforced, and the bowler is bowling to his field, keeping on off-stop line. Mitchell, this one is flighted, and that's a bad shot. His ball all over the place is Jordan Charles. Looking to hit that one across the line. It was too full for the sweep shot. He didn't even really get losing his and that's a Grenadians.
Well, certainly, and you can see the celebration from the Grenadians, but Charles would have been much advised to just walk it into the onside. He was looking for the sweep, really not in position, getting a bottom edge into the stumps, and the Grenadians celebrate. And can this be a turning point? We'll wait and see, but really, hopefully, the foundation was laid. Let's see if someone can take charge and really join with Slater and take St. Vincent forward.
Well, he is replaced by his lieutenant, Bob, vice captain, replacing his captain Charles at the wicket.
Yeah, I recall in the very first game, Bob opened the batting.
Yes, he opened in the two games that passed before. Didn't really trouble the scorers. Maybe the coaching staff thought it was better so for him to come down a little bit lower in the innings. And I'm wondering about that single that was declined early in the over, and how much that may have played on Charles' psyche, and if that may have contributed a bit to his dismissal.
Well, perhaps because he's still a young man, still learning his craft, but really Slater was really caught napping at the non-striker's end, and Charles perhaps just looking to keep the scoreboard going. Went for the sweep shot, really not in the perfect position, and lost his stumps in the process.
So here's Mitchell again, successful over, bowling to Bob. No, that's a good delivery. Turns away from him, beats him outside the off stump. And Bob will definitely be looking firstly to get himself off the mark here. He hasn't scored so far in the tournament. Bit of pressure on him. His father isn't here watching him today, so
I think he's traveling today.
It's forward and defends that one nicely.
Yeah, I think his father is traveling today as well. So maybe a bit of relief for Bob himself, because he could be under pressure when your father is around looking at you in these tournaments, you making your debut in your debut series, and really a lot of the added pressure.
Yes, and a wicket maiden there for Mitchell. Desron Mitchell has bowled well so far, and really getting that breakthrough that was needed after this partnership really accounting for more than 50 runs. They have surpassed the 50-run mark, and that was an important strike there for them.
In the game Grenada versus Dominica were off to a pretty decent total, and when these two, Bishop and Mitchell, came into the attack, they changed things around. Dominica was around 70 odd for 2, and in the end they were bowled out for 104.
Well, St. Vincent will be hoping that that's not something that will be repeated here this morning. 14 overs have been bowled. They're going at exactly 4 runs and over. So
He's
the
a
run rate is not
very
bad.
good math student, Alonso.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't say very good, but it was, well, I don't know. Maybe you could say very good these days, but in our days, it would be average.
But tables was part of our growing up, right?
The average. You say that 60, you know, would be 4 runs and over for 15, so 4 less. So, not a good delivery to start here by Bishop, who is looking very impressive. No, that one beats him again outside the off stump. Really, Slater has no clue against Bishop.
Well, definitely, he has been troubled by Bishop in the last 2 overs, and really, I'm hoping that he can come through this session on the winning side, but Bishop is really teasing him.
Gets behind that one, defends it back to the bowler, so does better on that occasion. That one was slightly fuller, so he was closer to the pitch. But Bishop really weaving his magic, casting a web around the batsman here, Slater.
Let's see where that's Wickham, the heavy set Wickham. Yeah.
Big lad. Oh, and that's almost a carbon copy. We have seen that delivery and that outcome maybe 5 times already in the last 3 or 4 overs.
Approximately 5 times, definitely. And luckily for him, a friend of mine would say perhaps he's batting with a donut. He doesn't have an outside edge. It goes through the hole. Well played.
There. Well played on this occasion. Gets it down to the man down behind square. It's 1 run. Possibly time for 2, but they decided not to take the risk.
And I think luckily for them, they did not attempt the second run. Well, the basics is that you run the first one very hard. And we really have not seen that. Really pushing with purpose, looking to get there and looking to get back for the second. They were simply jogging through.
Yeah, I think if they had run full on, they would have been able to get to 2, but it was about 60% or 70% in that. And by the time they turned to decline the second, I mean, really, if they had gone off at that point, they definitely would have been short of the ground. 57 for 2 here at the Park Hill playing field. Must again commend the teams for the design of the uniforms. Loud appeal there, but not out, says the umpire. That's the end of the over. So at the end of over number 15, the score is 57 for 2. Another tight over and testing over there, bowled by Bishop.
Definitely a pretty good over by Bishop. He continues to keep the pressure on the Vincentian batters, and he's well supported by Mitchell at the other end. And with these two, I think the Grenada will depend very heavily on these two to really keep things very, very tight. And to pick out the wickets in the middle and put the pressure on the Vincentian batters.
I firmly agree. So Mitchell will be bowling to Slater, who has played better today than he did in the first 2 games, but he needs to continue for his team as comes forward now, plays it back down the pitch.
Well, note, I think in the competition so far, the 3 teams, Grenada, Dominica, St. Lucia, each team has a win under their belt. But I think there could be a bit of tussle between the Grenadians and St. Lucians, who had a no decision and would have picked up some points. So it's really interestingly poised, a way to see who would come out and who would be in the final.
Yeah, very interesting at this point indeed. Ooh, and that's another good delivery.
He was on the back foot and he was beaten.
Yeah. This one, the keeper just striking the wicket with his glove. to go on with the arm. Didn't turn back into him. He was probably playing for it to come in and it just went straight through.
Yes, I think that one went with the arm, if you can say that. And he was looking for the turn.
Mitchell again. He's forward this time, using his height very well on that occasion, getting right out to the pitch, smothering that one. No run taken. Key period of play here with the two spinners on for Grenada.
And they're pulling the long off the boundary and bring him into an orthodox mid-off position.
I agree with that move. Slater doesn't seem as if he wants to play a shot in anger, especially down the ground. So why not? As Mitchell comes in again. This one is on his pads. He turns it nicely. Should get at least one. One is all there will be. And that brings the over to an end. So they are going through their overs quite quickly, these two spinners. It's now 58 for 2 after 16 overs.
So after 16, St. Vincent and Grenadines 58 for 2, and really scoring, ticking over by the singles, and these two would want to rebuild for St. Vincent. 58 for 2. So Slater is looking around the field, surveying the field. And Bishop will continue. The ambidextrous Bishop. We have not yet seen him bowl the left arm orthodox.
No, we haven't seen him as yet, but so far what he's doing has proven to be quite sufficient. Flighty delivery, driven firmly, but too straight. And the 12th man does the feeling, the stumps.
It's hurtful because he denies you of any run.
And I think that if he had beaten him there, it would have been a challenge for the man coming around, because
yes,
he's quite wide and long.
And he certainly would have beaten the mid-off.
Yes, for sure. Ooh, and that's that delivery again. Seems to be getting that delivery to turn away from the right-hander. Almost like a carambol type of delivery.
Well, he has been playing his trade. He's a young man, but he seems to have learned his craft.
Not a full delivery. This time he leaves it outside the off stump. May have been tempted to drive that one again, but in the end decided against it. This one he pulls, beats the man at short square. Should have time for 2.
Well, he gets
goes all the
himself
way to the
4.
boundary for 4, yes.
Yes, he deserves it. Diving effort by Mitchell at short backward square, but it was through him, and the mid-wicket fielder got around but couldn't keep it in, and it bubbled across the rope. So 4 welcome runs, and the total goes on to what, 62?
Yeah, 62 for 2. 4 more runs to Slater. He's now on to 20. That's that delivery again. Every time he bowls that delivery, he has him in trouble.
He is rather indecisive whenever that ball is just about off stump, whether to go forward or back. And he tends to play from his crease in some instances, and he's been beaten.
This one is driven down the ground. That should be 4. That will be 4 runs. Not going to stop that one. So that's 4 runs there to
a lovely
Slater.
shot by Slater. Lovely. And you rightly said it. The previous delivery that struck the stump, had it passed the stump, it would have really posed a challenge to the long on. And this one was driven straight. And we saw that because he's a bit covered in terms of flesh. And he's not the fastest of runners. And it ran away for 4 welcome runs and a good shot.
Yes, a very good shot there by Slater, who is blossoming into his innings.
He's now moves on to 24.
Yes, a lot will depend on him. He has been there from the start. Vice captain out now batting with him. Yet to get off the mark. He needs to really put up a strong fight here for his team. Put up a respectable score on the scoreboard. But Mitchell will have other ideas. He has already taken the vital wicket off Jordan Charles and will be wanting to make further inroads. Would want to make further inroads into the Vincent team as he comes in again. Bob is forward, defends it. Encouragement coming from his teammates off the field. Stay there, stay there. Full again from Mitchell, but well played defensively by Bob. There's no run. 66 for 2 in the 18th over. This one is flighted. And I think on another day, in another situation with more, he may have been going for a full-bodied drive on that one.
Definitely, he's right in the slot, but he's rather tentative in those drives.
Yeah, I think there are two things I think that would predicate that. I think he's cognizant of the fact that there isn't much reputable batting after him, and also he hasn't done well in the competition with the bat so far. So there's a bit of... he's dismissed down the leg side.
Well.
Strangled down the leg side. And it's another dismissal without scoring for Bob Jr.
This really has had a torrid series.
He has. And you could see, as I was saying before, you could see that the confidence is not there. I mean, we have been in situations, I'm sure, before, as an individual, where you have been dismissed for a string of low scores, and it sucks the confidence away.
It definitely would have done that. And just when I was looking to see if there was a wide, I saw the dreaded figure of the umpire, Cameron Green, went up. So he was looking to turn that down the leg side and got a faint edge. But good piece of work by the keeper.
Excellent work by the wicket keeper. Good movement down the leg side. He got himself across. That's Raheem Charles, and took that one very neatly down the leg side. Actually, it's very good work by him. But as I say, when it's not going for you.
When it's not your day, it's not your day. Yeah. He was strangled and he lost his wicket, and he had to take that long trek back to the pavilion. And really, he in terms of confidence, he must be very, very low on confidence at this particular stage.
And that one with that dismissal, could see that he just walked off. I mean, so he's basically acknowledging, yes, I did hit it. He didn't seem to be, remonstrating or in any way disappointed with the decision, and to say, well, it was something that was missed. So really and truly, so that's how it goes at times. So
Mitchell has picked up his second wicket.
Yes.
And Bishop, who has been beating the bat over and over, still yet to pick up a wicket.
That happens quite often, as you know. Sometimes the pressure from one end gets you wickets at the other.
It happens all the time.
Your batsman is Tittle, Delroy Tittle. This one is full. He's forward, back down the pitch where the short extra cover fielder does the fielding. And that's the end of the over. At the end of 18 overs, the St. Vincent Grenadines on the 15th team are now 66 for the loss of 3 wickets.
So how quickly things have changed. We have lost 2 quick wickets in the process. And from that very strong position of 50 odd for 2, we are now 66 for 3. And certainly in need of a rebuilding process.
Yes. These two will have a lot of work to do. Based on what we have seen from the St. Vincent team in the competition thus far. Of course, there are a couple of new players today, so some changes were made to the 11, so we are not certain of their batting capability, those who were brought in. But definitely, these two cannot really look to those to come behind. They have to hold up their hand and take that responsibility to get the team to a good score. Bishop will continue now to Slater. This one is full. Plays it back down the pitch watchfully. So one flatter delivery, not much flight on that one. A little faster, plays it off the back foot defensively. But Slater is he's in a defensive mode against Bishop unless he gets something very full. Like this one maybe, he defends again. But we saw his only attack really, he has gotten a full toss on one occasion. Which he drove
and a short delivery side, that he pulled past backward square.
Yeah. Which if he continues to do that, he's at least showing good selection.
Yeah, he had been very selective indeed, because Bishop not giving him anything to drive. Very rarely you will get a full delivery. But when he gets it, he capitalizes.
This time a little bit fuller, looking to maybe go under the bat, but he was equal to the task defending that one. So another forward defensive.
I think that's a maiden over.
Yes, another maiden. So at one point we had said when they were 56, that was 4 overs ago. Actually 5 overs ago, that they were going at 4 runs and over, but the last 5 overs have yielded only 10 runs. For the Vincent team and 2 wickets.
Runs and 2 wickets. So the Grenadians now trying to apply the pressure back on St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They have been successful thus far, but we are looking for these two to pull St. Vincent out of that little hole that they are now in. And Mitchell, who has had some success, will continue.
This one is full. That's a good delivery. I think he was playing for a bit of tone and it went past the outside edge.
He was looking for a drive, but I think it's a rather half-hearted attempt. Not with that full intent to drive it through extra cover or such. And it went past the outside edge. And immediately Slater called Tittle down to have a word with him. Little Tittle.
Yes, a diminutive batsman. This one is full. This one he could have driven, I think. But sometimes just after the word has been,
He's been very cautious.
Yes, yeah. Saying I don't want to get out the next ball. But and this one down the leg side, looking to hit it over the onside. Awa actually means no way, I think in Patois. We're hearing some persons in this crowd saying Awa.
So, yes.
This one is another full delivery. Drives this one, but straight to the bowler.
Not with any intent at all.
It was actually a full toss on that occasion. This one is short. He will pull, but doesn't get good contact. That's
top edge.
Top edge, yes. And just a single.
He's off the mark, and I think that will do his confidence a world of good. No batsman like to be a knot. And so he has cleared the dock, so to speak, and hoping that he can settle after that. Settle the nerves.
Absolutely. 67 for 3. Brings Slater into strike. And this one is a loud appeal. Well forward. At this level, you don't tend to get like before decisions from that position. But it's something at the international level now because of the DRS. You can be dismissed. You
have that at your disposal. You review that. Yeah. And so over number 20 comes to an end. It's 67, going at 3.7 runs and over. I take my exit, Alan Swan, and I welcome Osnet.
Yes, good morning to you, Osnet.
Yes, good morning to you, Alanson. Good morning to our viewers.
This one is a fuller delivery. He was beating him outside the off stump. And Bishop continues to pose some problems here.
Yeah, indeed, so, and I'm noticing his bowling left hand slow now. So something that we heard before the game and we are seeing before our very eyes.
Yeah, so he has, as you mentioned, he's elected now to employ his left arm orthodox. And we mentioned earlier that he's ambidextrous. He bowls with both hands. So he has switched over to his left arm now. This one fuller. Cut by Tittle, but there's no run. Fielded there by Wickham.
67 for the loss of 3. Not a bad start, considering what we have seen before from the Vincentian team. But I think they would have lost 1 or 2 wickets too much, and the nature of the wickets that they lost as well.
Yeah, I think the captain has to put his hand up for that shot across the line. Really wasn't a good shot. And Bob just extremely low on confidence, and when things are not going for you, see how that on that occasion he was strangled down the leg side. You know, sometimes when you're out of form, you tend to find ways almost to be dismissed.
Agreed. I think maybe the rain break as well that caused a little bit of indecision there from the captain. They were going along nicely, Slater and himself. Just a small interruption, and as you know, whenever there's an interruption, you have to start again as a batter. And sometimes it's difficult not to really make an excuse for that poor execution of that sweep shot. But
it wasn't there for the sweep as well. It was a bit too full. Should have gone down the ground with that, or maybe mid-on. Loud appeal. Like he was bouncing over the top.
Something seemed to happen every time Bishop has the ball in his hand, whether right arm slow or right arm off spin or left arm slow. And another over comes on over number 21, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, after being insulted this morning to bat, they are 67 for the loss of 3.
So Mitchell to continue. Some exceptional figures here for him. This one is short, punch, but straight to the man at extra cover. Who does the feeling? Good feeling there. Looks like the skipper does that feeling. So he has bowled 5 overs, 2 maidens, and has taken 2 wickets for 3 runs.
Yes, a very good spell from Bishop. From Mitchell, sorry. He's really come in and done a job for his team. He's been able to pick up that big wicket as well of the captain himself.
Yes, he has dismissed both the captain and the vice captain. And on the other end, Bishop has bowled 6 overs, 2 maidens, none for 17. So they are really working well in tandem. They have effectively slowed the run rate down for the Vincentian team and have prized out a couple of wickets as well. This one is left alone outside the off stump.
Yes, they will be looking for a partnership here, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team. Cody Slater, he has been there for a while. In fact, he has been there for all of the 21 overs bowled so far. So he would have gotten used to the conditions. Tito, with a lot of fight, a lot of heart, a lot of fire in his stomach, as they would say, we're hoping to form some partnership here. Grant.
There on that occasion. So the stranglehold is kept here by Bishop. That's another maiden that he has delivered. So he has bowled 6 overs, 3 maidens, 2 wickets, 3 runs.
He just hasn't been able to get hold of him. He's been very accurate with his leg spin. And as you mentioned on that occasion, Cody Slater, maybe because of the mindset that he's in, he seems to be in a kind of negative mindset in terms of wanting to stay there as long as possible, albeit knowing that the lower order may not offer as much resistance as he can. But for some of those deliveries, maybe a feet or 2 from the field, and he would have gotten some runs.
Yeah, just a matter of just looking for singles and scoring still, but just not taking too many risks. And that is the order of the day as Bishop comes in again. This one is flighted, driven nicely by Tittle, but straight back to the bowler who does the feeling. Aided by Wickham there at short extra cover. Big lad, it's Wickham. This one is full. This one is hit straight to the man at square leg, and Tittle is out. It was there, the offering was there, you know, it was flighted on the leg sub, but he picked out the man with precision.
Well, it was a rather soft dismissal, I must say. The one man there at short, square leg, Tito, they're looking to hit that one somewhere over his head, but not timing it as well as he would like. And a very good catch there from the man at square leg. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15. They lose another wicket. They're now 67 for the loss of 4.
So 67 for the loss of 4. New batsman is coming out to bat. Looks like Alexander Jordan, who is playing in his first game today.
Yes, he's one of the changes made today from the Vincentian team. Hopefully the young man is able to adapt quickly and is able to forge some sort of partnership here with Slater, who has been there for a while. He's faced 74 deliveries for his 24. So he has really bent his mind on batting as much of these overs as possible. It's just a matter of finding someone to do the same with him. It's still for the 28 or so overs to go. Actually 26 overs to go. The game was shortened due to a quick shower earlier. So once again, Bishop amongst the wickets.
This one is a full toss. Hit tably back to the bowler.
I think we have seen a number of these full tosses not really taken advantage of by any of the batters so far. Barring Charles, the captain, was able to play a couple of lovely shots. This
No appeal there from those behind the stumps, but missed it as he was looking to pull that one. Didn't make any contact. It's one about the bat and the weight of the bat for some of these young men. They seem to struggle to get through their bat swing. This one is a full toss. Punch straight, but no run.
Well, it's interesting, Alan. So he has had 2 full toss served up to him in this over, and he has made a little effort to really play an attacking stroke. But a delivery short of a length, and he was looking to hit it somewhere in the region of that house on the hill.
This one is a loud appeal for LBW, but not out, says the umpire. Maybe he's a leg-sided batsman, but really should be doing better with the full tosses.
So it's the end of an interesting over, successful one from Bishop, and at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, after losing the toss this morning, being sent into bat, they are 67 for the loss of 4, 23 overs completed.
Yes, another wicket there in that over. Wicket of Tittle, who has been dismissed, caught at square leg, looking to hit over square leg, but didn't really get the elevation. Didn't get the placement either to evade the man at square leg and was caught. And so it means now that Bishop is amongst the wickets as well. He has beaten the bat several times today. I think that if he had a penny for every time he beat the bat, then he'll be a rich man.
Very rich indeed. Current run rate 2.91, a projected score of 140. I think they will be pretty pleased if they get to 140 from this position.
Well, they'll need to keep wickets in hand. I think a lot will depend now from here on Slater and what he's able to do. As Mitchell comes in, it's full toss. Pats it back to the bowler. So the field is in now. There's really nobody who is outside on the boundary. As we say in St. Vincent, it seems like shop has been locked up.
Yes, Slater seemed to be determined really to get as long way forward as possible. He's been rather circumspect so far in his approach. As we mentioned before, 77 deliveries for his 24. Well, this wicket is very important for both St. Vincent and the Grenadines and the Grenadines, as this one is a bit shorter. He's punching it through the extra cover region for another single. 68 now for the loss of 4.
Yeah, well, you notice from him the way he bats. When he gets a bad ball, generally it's hit maybe for a single, and then the others he blocks them, and it could put a lot of pressure on him and on his batting partners as well. What he would need to do as he gets a little bit older and understands his game a bit more is to look for a few more singles. Taking the good balls and just, using the wrist, putting them in the gap. But of course, these are young men. They're only under 15, and hopefully as they grow older, they will understand these things and be able to execute them in the game situation.
Agreed. As we see Jordan on strike. Has been an eventful start from him. Couple of shots in anger. Seemed to be a man, an aggressive type player. Just needs to be selective here. As another over comes to an end at the end of the 24th. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're 68 for the loss of 4.
Yeah, 68 for 4. John, in his first game, sure he'll be a bit nervous. Jordan, sure he'll be a bit nervous, but something that he has to get used to quite quickly would be the conditions out there and the bowling. Bishop and Mitchell in the midst of very good spells, the both of them. And so he would need to stay there to give some support to Slater.
Yes, Mitchell has been extremely economical and also penetrative. 7 overs, 2 for 4. So less than 1 run per over.
Bishop, it continues a full delivery. Oh my goodness, that one was flighted. It was slow, it was hung in the air for an eternity. Just patted back down the pitch. Another full delivery. Drives this one down to the man at long on. You'll get a single.
Yes, I think that's better from Slater. Actually putting a bit more effort into that one. A full toss really. The man there back at long on. So it's an easy single. The man at mid-off is in the circle. So if he can actually get it through the gap on the offside, there's also runs on offer for him. So it's just a matter of, just an extension of the arms in terms of meeting those full tosses and getting some sort of output or production from those type of deliveries.
Agreed. And Alex John, he's now on strike. Alexander Jordan, not to be confused with Alex John, journalist, cricket commentator. This one is a full delivery. He's out. Leg before. Another wicket to Bishop. And another wicket for the spinning pair. So 2 wickets apiece now for Bishop and Mitchell. And that's the end of Jordan's little innings.
Yes, Jordan went without troubling the scorers really. He was looking anxious. He was looking nervous. Never really got used to the type of bowling that was on show. And on that occasion, once again, Bishop just using his guy, losing his flight, and was able to trap him LBW. So a bit disappointed there for the young man, but St. Vincent and the Grenadines once again falling into further trouble here at the Parkhill playing field. They're 69 for the loss of 5.
Yes, and Juarez Batiste comes out to replace Alexander Jordan. Batiste bowled very well on Wednesday, taking 3 wickets in his spell. But he has to now do something with the bat for his team. As we mentioned several times before, there isn't much to come in the batting for St. Vincent and the Grenadines based on what we have seen so far in the tournament. So let's see how it goes. It won't be an easy challenge for him. He has to face 2 spinners who are really on top of their game based on what we have seen so far today.
Yes, Bishop into his 8th over. Figures of 2 for 18. So both spinners actually bowled 14 overs also for around 22 runs. Right, and taken 4 wickets. So it's really halted the progress of the Vincentian team. And it's just a matter of trying to bat as much of these 25.2 overs remaining. This one again is another flighted delivery. I think he has shown the tendency to bowl a particular trajectory, given the fact that there's been no sort of intent from the batters really to take advantage of those deliveries.
Yes, I think every time we see a ball flighted there, I mean, there's a little itching in the arms up in the commentary box. Some of these flighted deliveries. But he knows what he's doing, Bishop. He's varying his length, varying his pace, and really posing a lot of problems here for the Vincentian batsmen, along with his bowling partner, Mitchell.
Yes, 1 run coming from that over along with a wicket. Another successful over for Bishop. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines at the end of the 25th over there, 69 for the loss of 5.
And there will be a change in bowling. New bowler being brought into the attack. Mitchell, who has bowled
7 overs.
He's
2
been
for
taken
4,
off.
yes.
Yes, 7 overs, 3 maidens, and 2 for 4. He has been taken off. Excellent spell by him. Really just stymied the run flow during his spell, but he's been taken off. And he's replaced by the number 4 bowler, which is Xavier Rock. So Rock replaces Mitchell. And he'll be bowling to Cody Slater.
So they have a very good spell, as you mentioned there, from Mitchell.
So on a loud appeal, but looks to be going down the left side. Slater looking to turn it down the left side, missing. He's forward again, as he has done maybe for the 50th or 60th time in his innings. Just pushed it back to the bowler, coming onto the front foot.
So another slow bowling option utilized by the Grenadian team. Getting through their overs very quickly as well. As we see the weather improving. We had a sharp shower earlier, which caused a delay in proceedings, but it's safe to say for now, it's very good weather for cricket. Good breeze, steady breeze blowing across the ground. Keep the players cool.
Yes, he's forward to that one and back to the bowler. Rock off spinner. Started off well in his first over. This one is a bit shorter, looks to cut, doesn't make contact. Weight is still really neither on the back foot or the front foot on that occasion, just in between. So didn't really make that back and across movement to get over that cut shot. One is full again, very full delivery, which is just defended there on the offside. So it's another maiden over. Rock starts off with a maiden. And at the end of over number 26, the score is 69 for 5.
Yes, another maiden over there from Rock coming into the attack, replacing Mitchell, just continuing with the work that Mitchell would have laid down. Cody Slater there continues to be watchful. I think he's mindful of the fact that he's perhaps the last recognized batter here for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. He's been there from the start. He's opened the batting, so he would want to just stay there and perhaps guide the lower order players who may not be as gifted as him.
So Bishop again. Baptiste comes forward, pushes it back down the pitch. Slight change in the field. Bishop comes in again. Full delivery. Baptiste is forward driving. Leaves him on a short extra cover. Should get a single. Time for 2 runs. And they get it easily in the end. Maybe time for 3? No. It's backed up there by, it looks like, the number 4, Xavier Rock, who does the backing up. Keeps it down to 2.
Yes, another full toss there offered from Bishop. He has presented a couple of those so far in his spell. On this occasion, Joris Baptiste there coming forward and stroking it nicely to extra cover. He got himself 2 runs and off the mark as well.
After that 2 runs now, he's stretching forward a little bit more compactly and more confidently. So you could see with that, he has gained a bit more confidence from that shot. This one is forward again. Pushes out to the man at backward point. There's no run. This one gets a little bit more bounce as he comes forward. Hits him at the top of the bat, but his weight is over the ball. Keeps it on the ground. So there's a full delivery. He's looking to drive, but comes off the inner portion of the bat and goes to the man at mid wicket. So it doesn't score on that occasion, but that's the end of the over number 27. At the end, St. Vincent Grenadines on the 15 are 71 for 5.
Yes, 2 runs coming from that over from Bishop. Once again, a steady over from him. Slow progress there from the St. Vincent and Grenadines on the 15 team. You mentioned the fact that they've lost such critical wickets at crucial points in the game. That's really slowed down their process, their progress. Cody Slater there, we mentioned he has been there from the start. He's there on 26 from 86 deliveries, so hasn't really been able to put any sort of pressure back on the spinners. But from a Vincentian perspective, it's important that he's there to bat as much of these overs remaining as possible.
So Rock continues. First delivery, not a run scored off it. He's bowling to Slater. That's beaten outside the off stump. Getting a bit of bounce on that delivery. No run taken.
Yes, that one perhaps playing for a bit of tone. One went on with the arm and past the outside edge. We spoke about his technique before, Alonso, in terms of that stride forward. I think the fact that he's able to reach those deliveries in terms of his stride, then a more positive intent could actually earn him more runs.
A lot of runs. A lot of runs, because this one is turned through the onside for a single. We'll actually get 2 slight misfield there from the man. Really sloppy feeling because he was not under any pressure for the singles, so he really should have just taken his time and got that one in. He'll be disappointed with that. So with his teammates.
Yes, he was tearing in there at a rate of knots. As you mentioned, really couldn't prevent a single in any case. It's a bit sloppy there from Mitchell. Still full of energy following that marathon spell.
Yeah, you were having a conversation about his technique. I don't know, it's probably a bit of something that he definitely needs to work on, because he has the reach, and we'll come back to it. He has the reach. On that occasion, that one would have been a bit too short for him to drive. But several of them that he's getting right to the pitch and still just patting the ball now. I mean, it's a limited overs game, and the runs are still at a premium. Wouldn't be risky because he's actually getting right to the pitch. They wouldn't beat him. And once he's leaning forward over them, he'll keep them on the ground. So something for him to work on, I think, as he develops his cricket. At the end of the over, we are now 72 for 5 here. The St. Vincent Grenadines team, Grenada team, having fought back. St. Vincent was about 55 or 56 for 1. And the Grenada has now fought back in the last few overs. Less than 20 runs have come, and there have been the loss of 4 wickets in that time.
Yes, those loss of wickets have really stemmed the flow of runs. The wicket especially of the captain, Charles. I think the Vincentians were hoping that he would have been there and bat a few more overs, as much of these overs as possible, because we saw the fact that he's able to score at a reasonable rate. He has the power as well, and timing, and very experienced at this level. So they were hoping for much more from him, Charles. Unfortunately, he was not able to fulfill that wish.
This one is full and driven nicely by Batiste. Should be able to get a single. Gets there now. So single taken by Batiste. Not shaping too badly today. Looking a bit more confident than he did in the last game. And he has now taken his tally up to 3 with that push to mid-off. He should be telling himself, well, I'm batting, I'm here, I'm looking okay so far. Many overs are left. Let me see how many I can get.
Agreed. That should be the mindset of these lower order players in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines outfit. They should be looking to bat as much of these overs as possible. We saw a similar effort from the St.Lucia team in the previous encounter, where the lower order really held their own. I was able to occupy the crease and bat and give St. Lucia that type of total 190. which was really a much better total than it looked at one point.
Looking for the drive on this occasion, it was Fuller. But interestingly, on that occasion, when he's looking for the aggressive shot, he didn't make the big stride into the ball. So he's striding out to defend, but when he's attacking, he's making a half forward prod.
Yes, very good observation. I don't think that delivery was as full as some of the others we have seen. And that one offered a little bit more room outside the off stump, so he actually went and threw the kitchen sink at that one. Thankfully for him, he missed it completely. This is actually the final over for Bishop. Figures of 2 for 21 so far. So all 10 overs bowled on the trot. Right hand, left hand.
All sorts.
He's back on his right arm off spinners now. The last couple of deliveries.
Stifled appeal and seemed that they struck him outside the off stump. That's the end of his over. That's the end of his spell as well.
Yes, a brilliant spell from the young man. 10 overs, 2 for 21. He in tandem with Mitchell really put a break on the proceedings here at the Parquet playing field. Remember earlier, the Grenadines under 15 team, they won the toss here in this Winlott Super 6 on Windward Islands under 15 tournament. Elected to field first, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, after 29 overs, they're 73 for the loss of 5.
73 for the loss of 5. Some drinks being taken on. There's some liquid refreshments by the Vincentian batsmen, as Rock will look to continue. His first over was a maiden. Be looking to continue his good bowling spell. Just the long on out and the man at deep square leg. Interestingly, the man at deep square leg is almost behind the man at square leg. An interesting feeling position. Actually, no, he's actually supposed. I think he's supposed to be at a maybe. Okay, they're making some changes now. So there's a man at sweeper cover. It's quite square. And there is a cover point. Okay, they're calling him in. So they've called in the sweeper cover. There's going to be a man now at the short third man. There's a long. Oh, there's nobody out really. The only man out is a deep square leg. So everybody else is in the circle. This is forward and defended there by Batiste. So everybody else is in the circle, which really points to the situation of the game. And they're well within their right to have persons outside based on the time in the match, but they have elected to keep them in. That's bold all over the place is Batiste. Another wicket there. And this time it is Rock who is amongst the wickets. That one seemed to beat him as he prodded forward. Very good length actually, I must say, by Rock on that delivery, hitting the top of the off stump. And another wicket falls for St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15.
Yes, it's a similar dismissal to what we saw in the last game as well from Batiste, being forward and bold between bat and pad. So just not coming down with his bat and pad close together. And on that occasion, maybe playing for a bit of tone as well. That delivery came back. He's bowling around the wicket, Rock. So just managed to get that one to come back with the arm, went through the gate and hit the top of the off stump. So very good delivery there from Rock, a very good breakthrough from him. He has his first wicket. And the St. Vincent and Grenadines under 15 teams continues to slide further into trouble. They are now 74 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, 74 for the loss of 6. And see there that he was playing forward for that delivery. And I mean, I'm not able to see the replay, but I'm wondering if he actually came across with his front pad or if he just came down the wicket with his front pad. Really allowed a space for that ball to make its way onto the stumps. The new batsman coming in is Tyrese Hacksham, left-handed batsman. Batting at number 8, maybe 2 or 3 places higher than he would not. Is probably capable of batting, but in this team, that's where he is, and that really tells you what is to come. Seems to have a nice bat though. The ball leaves his bat quite nicely. Haksha just new to the crease. Rock comes in looking for more wickets. Haksha looking to pull that one, not timed at all. Cramped him. Didn't really open his arms out to play that pull shot. His arms were still quite close to the body. So didn't get any leverage into the shot. Haksha from South Rivers, which is just a stone's throw from where we are here in Park Hill. Should be familiar with the conditions. As Rock comes in again, flighty delivery, Haksha is forward, pushes it back to the bowler.
Well, interestingly, Alan, so I'm seeing the mid-off going back to a long-off position and the long on going about 3/4 of the way back. I mean, I don't know, maybe they know Haksha a bit more than we do. But based on what we've seen in the last couple of games, I don't think that field placing really warranties the abilities of Haksha.
Yeah, he's a blocker, an out-and-out blocker, as we know, from what we have seen so far. He will play an occasional shot, but we're not expecting him. Maybe because of his height, they're thinking that he may have some power to clear the ropes, but he has proven to be a blocker. And I think that is what Slater will be asking him to do. Just stay there for as long as you can. Let's see how many we can eke out in this partnership with 30 overs having been bowled. We are 73 for 6, staring down the barrel, so to speak. But if we can bat the next 18 overs, then you never know what can happen.
Yes, it's going to be interesting to see how Slater chooses to operate now. He continued to lose wickets from the other end. He's been there from the start. So he will definitely have to think about getting as much of the strike, and when he has the strike, how positive he can actually be in terms of accumulating some runs here for the Vincentian team.
So there's a change in bowling. I'm looking to see the number on the short of the bowler, but he'll be bowling medium pace. Let you know as soon as the over finishes. Maybe with the screen you can see the number.
Appears to be number 12. Number 13.
12 is the wicket.
Edwards.
This one is a wide down the leg side. Yes, Edwards.
Jeremy
Edwards.
Interesting run up as well. Doesn't really attack the crease, as they would say. As we look at him again. It's a bit of seam coming back into the attack.
And I think Slater will prefer this. Edwards, a left armer. Gathers. This one is full and down the leg side. Should be able to get 2 runs there, I think. 1 for the wide. I'm waiting on the umpire signal. So wide, yes, signal by umpire by him, and also 1 for the run that they took. It will bring Haksha into strike. As he faces up to Edwards for the first time. This one is another wide delivery. So Edwards has been brought on and he's struggling here a bit for his line.
He seems to be getting the ball for at a reasonable pace. It's just the direction so far that is lacking. He just needs to get a bit more comfortable, more relaxed in his approach. Haksha getting that unique style coming forward.
Yeah, he almost jabs at the ball. That's how you probably describe it. The arm doesn't really flow out in any of his shots, whether defensive or an aggressive shot. He just comes and just jabs at the ball. this one goes through him, beaten outside the off stump. Didn't really go back or forward, just stayed in his stance, stood up and just pushed the bat through the line.
Yes, another good delivery there from Edwards. Perhaps getting his radar right. This was a couple of deliveries with a bit of nerves.
Yeah, we have seen from Hackshaw that jabbing defensive prod has cost him his wicket in the last game. Well, he did jab at the delivery uppishly, push it back down the pitch uppishly and was caught by the man at a very short cover.
Once again, coming forward to some extent, but not really in the approved fashion. It's actually his own unique way of getting into line. That's something we have discussed at length in the last game, in terms of the techniques of these lower order players for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team.
Yeah, he's coming forward more with his head than with his feet. But that means that he should be over the ball. As you could see there, his head is well over that delivery, even though his feet wasn't really far down the pitch. But still, it would serve him just to get his feet down a little bit and to cause that bend in the front knee.
To over number 31. Score 77 for 6, 78 for 6. Eric, run rate coming down all the time. This time he's having a bit of a waft, really, a wild swing across the line. In no position really to play that shot. But thankfully for him, it missed everything. And the wicketkeeper there couldn't gather cleanly. So another bye added to the total. 79 for 6.
There's a wild shot there on that occasion. Not to show where he was trying to hit that one. But he missed it. Didn't hit the stump, so for him, all is well that ends well. Got a bye for his team.
This one perhaps pitched outside the line of the leg stump. The left arm seamer coming over the wicket. Unless he's able to get that ball full and coming back into the right-hander. It's very difficult for him to get an LBW there as the 31st over is completed, and at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15. They are 79 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, St. Vincent and the Grenadines 79 for the loss of 6 for the last 17 overs. They have really only scored 24 runs. So it's an extreme curtailing of the run rate. I mean, they have really gone up just over 1 run and over for the last 17 overs.
Yes, it's testament to how well the Grenadines have bowled, but to some extent it's also reflects the defensive nature of the mindset that the players within that span of time displayed.
Yeah, 17 overs, 24 runs. Actually 22 runs in 17 overs, not 24. Because they were 56 after 14 when I was on with Charlo. So 56 after 14, 78 after 31. So 22 runs in the last 17.1 overs. And really the handbrakes are falling up. This one is wide on the leg side. And really, if not for some of these wides and extras, I think they would have been probably at about 1 run and over.
Agreed. It's really been a painful watch, really, from a Vincentian perspective. Not really much to shout home about. A few spectators gathered here currently. Not really in the same mood as we saw them yesterday. On Wednesday, actually, sorry. Didn't have any action yesterday. But I think both of these players will be looking to just bat as much of these remaining 18 or so overs. Try and put somewhat of a total, something of a total on the board. Or something in the region of 120, 130. And that can actually be something competitive for them to bowl at. But given the nature of the last 17 overs, as you said, then I don't think they will reach that type of total unless there's a bit of impetus injected into the innings at some point.
So it's another wicket for Rock. Haksha dismiss LBW. Stretching forward, they're struck on the pad. And that's the end of his innings. And we will have a short water break now. And we'll take a very short break and come back to you at this time. 79 for 7 SVG. The Grenada team really in the ascendancy. We'll be right back. Yes, welcome back to the Park Hill playing field. St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 taking on the Dominic on the 15 in the Winlott Windward Islands Cricket Board on the 15 competition. St. Vincent and the Grenadines 80 for 7 after 31 overs. And the Grenada team well on top here at Park Hill. After a fairly solid start from St. Vincent, they were 55 for 1. They were 56 for 2 after 14 overs. And this is a wide delivery there, bowled by Rock in this comeback. This one able to get a single. New batsman who came in there. And the dismissal of Haksha.
Jason Hoyt.
Yes, Hoyt.
Wicket keeper as well.
Looking to be a bit more aggressive. First time I've seen him really lift his bat in any anger in this innings. And Hoyt is able to complete the second safely. And first really aggressive shot we have seen from Slater in a very long time.
Well, in the last couple of overs, we were trying to ascertain how he will go about his operation, given the fact that they've consistently lost wickets in the last few overs. So we're seeing a bit of intent from him, which is good to see. And I think that that's perhaps the way to go. Not to be reckless or anything, but just show a bit more positive intent and try and score, especially from the spinners. It's going to be Edwards to continue from the southern end. He'll be bowling to the new player in the form of Jason Hoyt. Jason Hoyt hasn't really had the best of series in terms of the bat. A couple of low scores in his first 2 games. He'll be looking to put that right in this game.
Yes, and also with the gloves. So I think that is something that he will have to continue to work on as a young player. Facing up now to Edwards.
It's 84 for the loss of 7. St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 team in the third encounter, still searching for the first win. Lost to Dominica in the first game, a very disappointing performance then. A bit more, an improved batting performance in the last game was St.Lucia, but still they were not able to really overhaul the target of 191 made by St.Lucia. So this is their third attempt. Remember in the other game played at the Cumberland playing field to be St.Lucia versus Dominica. We'll have an update on that game for you in a while. But here at the Park Hill playing field, St. Vincent and the Grenadines struggling at 84 for the loss of 7 in over number 33. This one is signal and no ball. Edwards there perhaps striving for a bit more and overstepping the front crease. There's an opportunity here for Jason Hoyt. We mentioned his lack of production in terms of runs. There's an opportunity to swing for the fences.
Well, I would say that if there's any batsman in the team that they would not want to face a free, it might be Hoyt. Seems to lack a lot of power and doesn't seem to time the ball very well either. So I would be very surprised if he gets a boundary from this free hit. Let me just put it that way. But he has to give it his all. He's representing his country. And here's Edwards now into him.
Take your word came to pass there. Alanson has a big swipe there from Jason Hoyt. Can't fault the young man for trying. And missed it completely. So dot ball from the free hit. Score remains 85 for the loss of 7. I think psychologically they'll want to get to that free figure mark of 100. Cody Slater from the other and the non-strikers and will be watching on. As this one is a bit of pace, a bit of bounce as well. Bending his back a bit there, Edwards.
Yeah, getting that one to go through on a reasonable pace. Not as quick as you would see probably later on from Haksha for St. Vincent. But I think it surprised Hoyt based on what he has been facing so far from him.
Again, and Hoyt plays it out to the man there at extra cover. Captain Bartholomew. Bowled a very good opening spell. Got the ball through at a reasonable pace, got some movement as well. Was able to remove Thomas. It was a critical wicket because we all know that he has the ability to bat long. Zach Thomas. As we see a change of angle here from Edwards. He'll be coming around the wicket, left arm around the wicket. The field remains the same. This one is outside the off stump, and Hoyt watches it go by to be taken by the wicketkeeper Charles. So it's the end of another over. 33 overs completed, and at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 team. After being insulted, they are 85 for the loss of 7. As we welcome back Mr. Charles into the commentary box.
Well, certainly not what we really want at this particular stage, having had a good partnership and things were building. Lost a few wickets, and really at 85 for 7, not what St. Vincent and the Grenadines really wanted, but hoping that these two can pull something back.
Yes, that partnership between Slater and Captain Charles was always going to be key, and the dismissal of Charles really didn't help the cause for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. Slater, he's still there. He's been there from the beginning into over number 34, so he's actually seen it all. Right. Should be used to the conditions by now. Definitely. And it would be interesting, right? It would be interesting to see how he operates, given the fact that 7 wickets has actually been dismissed.
And because he's well into the tail.
This one is punching out to long on for a single. And just to add to that point, the tail, as we mentioned, for the Vincentian team, it hasn't really wagged so far in the tournament.
It hasn't wagged, and it appears as if there's a long tail as well.
So it'll be interesting to see as he took the single there of the second ball of the over, giving Hoyt the opportunity to face the majority of the over. Hoyt also not having the best of tournaments in terms of with the bat. Hasn't troubled the scorers much, but it's an opportunity, as you said, for them to really step up and do something for their country. As this one is wide outside the off stump. Another single added to the total. Stoll moves on to 87 for the loss of 7.
There's still a lot of overs, Asnet, so because we are in the 34th over, so there's still 14 overs remaining.
Just to remind our viewers, it's a shortened game due to some showers we had earlier. So it's a 48 over encounter. As you see, another wide just losing his way there, Rock. Consecutive wides in this over. Score moves on to 89. 88 for the loss of 7. This one is just playing across the line. A loud appeal there. I think how it would be best advised to play a bit straighter.
Well, he has to learn to play in the V. Hitting it between mid-on, mid-wicket, that area. I think he would be well advised to do that.
This one is hitting past the man there at square leg. Should be able to come back for a second. Yes, they would. So another shortish delivery on the line of the leg stump, and how it just swiveled on it and played it past the man there at short square leg. So he gets 2. He moves on to 3. It's now 90 for the loss of 7.
Well, he just literally helped it. Had he hit that with a little bit more power, could have picked up a boundary. But he helped it and he got 2 for it and kept the scoreboard going.
Yes, that's the least you could ask from him in terms of just putting the ball into the gaps. Just trying to build a partnership here with Slater. This one is playing officially, but safely in the end. So another over comes to an end, the end of the 34th. Now at the end of it, St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 They are 90 for the loss of 7.
So perhaps the scoreboard one behind. Yeah, there's some 89, 90 for 7. And really, we have struggled. This is our third game. I think we got over 100 on one occasion.
105.
105. And really, earlier in the innings, you were looking at something a lot more than that. But it was not to be. We lost the middle order. And really struggling now to get up to 100 and to post a decent total.
Yes, based on what we have seen so far, there are a couple of players in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 outfit that you would watch and you would say to yourself, these players have to bat as much of these overs as possible if they are to be competitive as a team. And so far that hasn't really materialized, as Slater is punching this one to mid-on and takes a single from the first delivery. So seem to have a bit of confidence in Hoyt.
See, there's a lot of confidence really to place in Hoyt, taking the single off the very first delivery, and he exposed him to the rest of the over. But conditions have cleared here considerably. Looks pretty good for cricket.
Yes, apart from that sharp shower we had earlier, it's turning out to be a very good day for cricket. Not too hot. A bit of breeze blowing across the ground as well. To keep the players cool.
See umpire front by, I'm having a conversation with the bowler, apparently running on the track.
Danger zone.
So he has to be careful. And he's been spoken to, not officially been warned, so he has to be very mindful of that to get off the danger zone as quickly as possible.
So Hoyt seemed to be getting a bit of confidence. You're seeing a bit more poise in his defense. The last over was able to accumulate a couple of runs as well, so that is good to see from a Vincentian perspective. And as long as he continues to do that, then that will give Slater more confidence in terms of allowing him to face some of these deliveries.
Yeah, surely, I'm in total agreement with you, and the more the ball hits the bat, I think the more confident he will be.
Playing this one out to the man there at mid-wicket. Tevin Gordon. And there's no run. So 1 run from the over so far off the first delivery. So far, Hoyt has been able to negotiate the remaining 4 deliveries. Final delivery of this over coming up. He will want to just negotiate it successfully as well. This one is short of a length and maybe playing with a bit more intent, but the ball never really got anywhere.
I think he really has difficulty getting the ball off the square. Seem not to really have a lot of strength to get that ball into the outfield.
So on a short of a length, and once again playing an aggressive shot, but not getting it past the man there at mid-wicket. Just basically trickled out to him. And at the end of it, the 35th over completed. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, after being inserted this morning, they are 91 for the loss of 7.
So 91 for 7 after 35. Not really what the doctor ordered, but the fact that they are still there and they can eke out a few more runs. But a lot would rest on Slater to marshal the forces in this low order here to get up to 100 and beyond.
Current run rate of 2.6, projected score of 125. So I think they will do well from here to get up to 125.
If you get up to 125, I think they will have something that they think they can work with. But really, it seems as if there's going to be a struggle going in from here, and we see Mitchell is coming back into the attack.
Yes, he bowled 7 overs earlier, 2 for 4, so never really gave anything away to the Vincentian batters. So he'll be looking to finish off his spell, maybe add something else to that 4th wicket column. That 4th column, sorry.
And we see Bishop is being pulled off the boundary, and I think I saw Captain Bartholomew indicating to the Bishop that he's going to bowl some spin from this end.
Cody's hitting this one out to deep mid wicket, not with any sort of power that he was looking for. And he gets a single again, so exposing Jason Hoyt. Very early in the over. Yes, Bishop, he was able to complete his 10 overs. 2 for 23. So bowled his 10 overs on a trot.
10,
yes.
I think he was indicating to someone, though. I thought it was Bishop. But Bishop, did you get a chance to see him bowl left hand?
Yes, he did. He did. He bowled a couple of overs left arm as well, which was good to see. Not often you get to see that type of talent on a cricket field. As this one is flighted and he's missing it completely there. Hoyt playing across the line. And umpire Green are judging it to be LBW. So Mitchell comes back and he gets the breakthrough. It's now 92 for the loss of 8.
Is that his 5th wicket?
Third.
Mitchell?
It's actually his third, yes. Figures of 3 for 4. 3 for 5 actually. So far.
So yes, kept things extremely tight.
So
there was Hoyt going across the stump, actually playing from the crease and looking to work it on the onside. Missed. It was a Judge Plum in front. Umpire Green had absolutely no difficulty raising that dreaded finger, and he had to haul himself, literally drag himself from the crease to get back into the pavilion.
We mentioned his inability really to play in the V, as they would call it. On that occasion, it was a foolish delivery from Mitchell, flighted as well. And there was him playing across the line, looking to walk this one through the leg side and missed it completely. And he really didn't give the umpire a choice really than to adjudge him to be LBW on that occasion. As we see the new player being Matanaya Stapleton, who bowled very well in the last game. He'll be looking to transfer some of that confidence into his batting today. This one is a full toss and he plays it up.
And we see the
back to the bowler
of our batters to drive that ball whenever it is full. They are contented just blocking it rather than looking for the drive.
And I think that's something that our co-commentator was speaking about earlier in terms of what we have seen today is a lot of full toss or even full deliveries, full length deliveries, and the batters just simply came forward and just prodded at them. And I guess moving forward in terms of as their career gets more developed and deeper into their career, that's something they will learn in terms of just pushing the ball into the gaps. It doesn't have to be a powerful shot. It's just a matter of punching, just putting a little extra effort into getting it into the gaps.
Intent. So if he gets an opportunity to play with that level of intent, you know, you can pick up the singles or you might get the odd twos, who knows. But really you're just blocking it, and when you do that, you're giving bowlers the opportunity to settle. And after a time they dominate, because once the scoreboard is not ticking, scoreboard pressure becomes right back onto the batters.
Agreed. So 92 for 8, 36 overs completed, 12 overs to go as we see Edwards continuing from the southern end. He's bowling to Slater. And Slater is swinging at this one. That's a very good catch. On the edge of the circle there, I think the player there is Kenil Abraham. At one point I thought he had misjudged the flight of the delivery.
He had misjudged it and he was swirling, but he got that left hand up and literally plucked it out of the air.
It's a very good catch there from Abraham. And Cody Slater, after marathon innings where he faced 103 deliveries for his 32, really held the innings together for the Vincent team. In the end, he'll be very disappointed that he didn't take it all the way.
Definitely would be disappointed that he didn't get the chance to take it all the way. But that was a very good catch by Abraham, definitely. And it's catches win matches, and that in itself would be a tonic for Grenada.
Yes, there was Slater looking to go over extra cover. Delivery on about the off stump. We never really got the timing, really. And I think that's something that we've seen from Slater. Whenever he's tried to be more positive or attacking, he hasn't really timed the ball very well. So that's something that he really has to work on in terms of his technique. And you saw him today. 103 deliveries, as we mentioned, for his 32 runs. Well played by the young man in the end. Just a matter of learning from this experience.
Well, this is a learning curve for the youngsters, hoping that they can continue to work at their game and improve their game as they grow older and they become stronger and everything like that.
Javon Johnny is the new player, coming in for his first game. So he's one of the 2 changes made by St. Vincent and the Grenadines on the 15 team today. The other being Alexander Jordan, who we saw earlier. So Jordan Johnny, I'm sure a bit of nerves will be there, coming in at number 11 in such a difficult situation.
Well, at 92 for 9, coming in when the fat lady is about to sing for the innings, so he would want to keep it tight. Hoping, firstly, to get off the mark.
This one is swinging at this one. A bit heading down the left side. A bit of height as well on that one. So it seems like every delivery is an event now for the Grenadian team.
Well, they have been buoyed by that, the success that they have had. And there really seem to be that urge to wrap things up. And you can see they are appealing and jumping whenever the ball strikes the pad.
A while ago, we were speaking about 125. They'll really do well to get to that figure now as he's swinging across the line and missing everything on that occasion. A whisker away from the off stump, the leg stump actually, and umpire by him signal a wide.
Typical number 11 shot. Right across the line, missed everything, and they got a bye.
So 93 for 9 over number 37. 2 deliveries remaining in this over. Brings Stapleton into strike. So it will be interesting to see the plan of both of these players. The plan apparently so far looks to be one of swinging for the fences.
Yes, and a wide signal by umpire Bayam. That one drifting down the leg. So the total inches on to 94. And really, I think that 3-figure mark could be a little psychological benefit to the team.
Agreed. I mean, at the start of the day, they would have been looking for something more than that, especially being poised at 55 for 1. And the captain there, along with Slater, was batting very well. They were scoring around 4 runs per over at one point in time.
Definitely.
It was really, I think the rain break as well didn't really help things because it gave Grenada the opportunity to really regroup and re-strategize in terms of what they were doing. And the batsmen never really got the chance to really start all over again. That's what you have to do as a batter. Got cold, as they would say. He's swinging this one up in the air. Should be end of the innings. And a very good catch there from Rock. So it's the end of the innings. There was Johnny looking to hit that one over the top, getting the outer portion of the bat. So a very good performance here from the Grenadian team. Having insulted the Vincentians this morning, they are dismissed for 95 in over number 37. Your thoughts?
And you can see
Cecile.
the disappointment in Stapleton when Johnny got out. Really, he was there and he just looked to the heavens, held his bat up, and you can see him opening his hand, perhaps just gesticulating, talking to himself a little bit. But not the sort of performance St. Vincent and the Grenadines really were looking forward for. They were inserted. They lost the wicket in the very first over. They came back. The number 2 and 3 put a very good partnership. But from the moment that partnership was broken, it was a struggle uphill for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And in the end, they can only muster 95.
A struggle indeed, and we mentioned the importance of that partnership earlier. As we going through the batting card now, Zach Thomas, you mentioned he went in the first over, LBW, Bartholomew for 2. Cody Slater, he was the second to last man to go. Played a real marathon innings, 104 balls for his 32. Jordan Charles, the captain, he played well before he was bowled by Mitchell on, for 28. Alston Bob didn't trouble the scorers once again. Today, Delroy Titlow, he was caught. George bowled Bishop for 1. Alexander Jordan, one of the new players coming in today, he never really got going. He was LBW bowled Bishop for Duck. Joris Batiste went for 3, bowl Rock. Tyrese Hackshaw, he was LBW Rock for Duck. Jason Hoyt, he was LBW Mitchell for 3. And Martinez Stapleton, the not-out player, on North. In terms of the bowling, Bartholomew, the captain, he bowled a very good opening spell. 5 overs, 1 for 32. Jelani George, 5 overs, none for 15. Bishop, we saw a bit of him today, ambidextrous talent, 10 overs, 2 for 21. Desron Mitchell, I think he was the pick of the bowlers, 8 overs, 3 minus, 3 for 5. Never really gave anything away to the Vincentian batters. Xavian Rock, 5 overs, 2 for 12. Jeremy Edwards wrapped things up a while ago, 4 overs, 2 for 7. So very good all-round bowling performance.
Just interestingly to note the number of wides.
Extras 26, 22 wides. So
22 wides,
yes, so quite a bit of
Uh,
extras they added to the total, inflated the total.
So definitely that added to it. But really, St. Vincent and the Grenadines not putting in the sort of performance that we anticipated. Grenada will fancy themselves to get home. I think in the middle order there are 2 players in Grenada's lineup who likes to hit the ball in terms of Mitchell and Wickham. So it left to be seen. But all in all, 95 on the board. St. Vincent and the Grenadines have something that they can work with. Let's see how they are going to start and how they're going to approach this innings against Grenada.
Okay, so we're going to take a break now. I'll be back with you with live action in a while.
Welcome back to the Park Hill playing field, Winlott Inc. Under 15 competition, Windward Islands Cricket Board, sorry. And this morning we saw earlier the St. Vincent and Grenadines under 15 team making 96 before they were dismissed. So the Grenada under 15 team, they will have to chase a target of 97. Or is it 96 is the target? Yes, they were dismissed for 95. So 96 is the target. And they have 48 overs to do so, all of 2 runs and over. And with me here in the commentary box is Cecil. Charles, good afternoon, Cecil.
Good afternoon, Alonso. And Grenada would now seem to overhaul this total. They had to get 105 against Dominica, which they did rather easily. And certainly the Vincent attack would want to make some early inroads into this batting lineup and see how much pressure they can place on the Grenada batters.
Yes, so Rakeem Charles, who was keeping wicket, he's opening the batting, facing up to Tyrese Hackshaw. Fairly pacey delivery there from Hackshaw, but not much bounce. Wide call by umpire Byam. Again. Ooh, this one doesn't come up at all. If he gets that on the off stump, it could be quite dangerous, Charlo.
Anything on the stumps with that sort of bounce, that batter would be in trouble. I think the first 2 deliveries are really keeping a bit low. That's not what we have seen at Park Hill over the last few days. The bounce and carry were good, but interestingly, 2 deliveries keeping a bit low and both were outside the off stump.
So here's Hackshaw again. Good delivery, but a little bit too wide still outside the off stump. That one had some away movement from the batsman, but...
And wide signal belatedly by umpire Byam.
Yes. So needs to just find his radar. He's getting that ball to move away from the right-hander, as he did in the previous games. So just needs to land it maybe just on the off stump. Or middle and off. See what happens from there. He's remarking his run up. So here's Hackshaw again into Charles. Ooh, this one is an appeal there, but seems to have come off the pad. Stopped there by the keeper behind the stump point. Batsmen having a little mid-pitch conversation.
There was a bit of excitement, but I think he was going down leg, brushed the pad on the process. And it's well stopped by Hoyt, going down leg.
Yeah, slight overcompensation there from Hackshaw, trying to amend his line for those wides outside the off stump earlier in the over. Comes in again to Charles. This one is wide outside the off stump again.
Wide. I think the 3rd wide in the over so far.
Yeah, he's struggling with his line here. Something we have seen from him in almost every game. The first over is riddled with wides and so on, and then after about an over or 2, then he gets going, and his line becomes becomes improved.
Perhaps he's more concentrating on pace rather than looking to get line and length, and he'd be advised to concentrate on line and length before getting into his walk and looking to add some pace to the delivery. But that was worked on down to the backward square for a single.
Yes, one taken there. So it means now that Charles is off the mark with that single. First runs off the bat in the innings. Brings the other batsman into strike. Tall batsman, Jordan John. The number 15 on his back, taking his guard now. Here he comes in again. This one is down the leg side again. Seems to have come off the legs. We wait for the signal from umpire. And he confirms it now. Yes, leg by.
Leg buys. One looks at Haksha Alonso when he gets into that delivery stride, seems to be struggling a bit, seems to be overstretching.
Yeah, it doesn't look smooth. Ooh, and this is another good delivery, but a bit high. Struck on the pad. Quicker delivery there. It was on to him before he could turn it away. Charles. Some advice coming from some of the coaching staff saying that he should try to play that straight. Don't turn it on the leg side. Haksha has the habit of getting his balls to kind of scuttle through low. This one is another wide.
I think he's training for pace and he's not getting his radar right.
Yeah, I think so. And looking at the last stride that he takes just before he delivers, as you mentioned, he seems to be stretching to get there. So he needs to just take his time, focus, regain his composure. Skipper just having a word with him there, Jordan Charles in this case. Raheem Charles, the batsman from Grenada. This one is a fuller delivery. No run. And you could see there that he actually slowed down that delivery, didn't try to bowl as quickly. And
yeah, definitely.
Control.
And got some control there, right up in the block hole, and there was Charles digging that one out. And finally the over comes to an end. 6 without loss.
Yeah, 6 without loss after 1 over. They require for the 90 runs from 47 overs if needed. So less than 2 runs and over. And the bowling from the other end, it will be Mataniah Stapleton. So the customary opening bowling partnership. No experiments here. I mean, I think that there's a rule that the pace bowlers have to bowl 20 of the overs. But no experimentation here from the Vincentian team. Maybe trying a spinner all up. I think it's a worthwhile experiment here at Park Hill. Does tend to favor.
Yes, I would agree with you on that, because if you go back and you look at Bishop and Mitchell, when the Grenadians were in the field, they were very, I would say, potent. And I think the St. Vincent could have made that change and try to do an experimentation using the slow bowler early up and see what you can extract out of the surface.
Absolutely. So here's Stapleton in now. Slower delivery, loud appeal. Nothing from the bowler, so I guess when the bowler doesn't appeal, you really know it's not out.
Well, he perhaps conscious it was going down leg. So when you see a bowler going up confidently, I think that could give you an indication something is close.
Yes,
so put some pressure on the umpire to make a decision.
Yes, I think if I were a bowler, I would do that. I wouldn't appeal for things that I am sure are not out. So that when the umpire starts seeing me appeal and he starts saying, boy, it has to be close, as Mataniah comes in. This one is a no ball. Full toss. It's a no ball. It will be a free hit. Dispatched away for 4 runs there by Jordan. John was a loopy full toss and over the wayside. So this one will be now a free hit here for Jordan John.
Well, Stapleton really does not have a lot of pace, and the batsman was able to pick him up very comfortably and dispatched him through square leg for 4. And he has another opportunity to go big because it's a free hit as the total goes on to 11.
So here he is now free hit. cramps him for room. There's no run.
Good comeback delivery there by Stapleton.
Yes, unscathed in the free hit. Score is 11-1 in the second over. They have a lot of time to make these runs, no rush. St. Vincent really need to dismiss the entire team to really have a chance in this game. Stapleton in, looking to force that one through the offside. And you could hear the advice coming from the crowd, Charlo.
Very vocal indeed.
Some saying no, some saying yes, some saying run him out.
Well, Charles was not interested. Had he paid some attention, he was alert. I think they could have quickly steal a bye. But he was leaning on his bat, not really in any position to take a quick single.
Yeah, not backing up there.
Wide.
This one is a wide one down the left side.
Fine leg is on
Fielded
the
there
boundary.
by Thomas. A fine leg. Yeah, I think it was probably a perfect opportunity to open the bowling with perhaps Thomas or Bob. The other spinner, who is Batiste, a little bit more slower in terms of his spin bowling and more loopy in the way that he bowls his trajectory. So I would keep him definitely for the middle overs, but one of those flatter spinners could have bowled in the first.
Yeah, he really should have taken that experimentation. Let's see what we can do, how we can put pressure on Grenada early up.
This one is short again, not taken by the keeper, Hoyt.
Really, his keeper looking rather scrappy in the first few overs.
Yeah, I think he's a bit too far back. I mean, Stapleton, as we have seen, hasn't been bowling with much pace. I think that he should probably be just on the edge of that cut area.
Yeah, I think he really should be a few feet up, because it's really not carrying to him. And when it drops in front, he's trying to use his pads, and it bubbles off the pads.
Good stop there by the fielder. It looks like Slater. It was a nice cut shot. He was over it, but not getting the placement. Rolling the wrist, but straight to the man at backward point, Slater, who did the fielding. 14-1 in the second over. This one is off the inside edge, but they will get a single out to Tittle. So the score moves on to 15-1. And that's the end of over number 2. Grenada 15-1 in pursuit of a target of 96.
Going at 7.5, Alonso, they continue at this rate, it will be all over by the shouting in a quick time.
Yes, definitely. And a lot of extras already. A lot of wides have been conceded by the Vincent opening bowling pair.
And they got 22 wides in their innings out of 95.
Yes, so it's always a case that you have a lot of extras at the under 15 level.
And that was my concern when I learned that it was a 50-over affair, because of the number of wides that you will have. And the demands on these youngsters, and particularly playing 2 straight days.
Mm-hmm. Fair enough. This one, better line, better length here from Hackshaw. And this is what we have tend to see. That's what we have tend to see from him over the period, where he starts with a rather poor first over, looking for his line, looking for his length, and by the second or third over, he's generally there or thereabouts.
He settles down.
So this one is a loud appeal, but a bit too high. Naughty shot there from John, looking to pull, but as we said, it's a shot that is fraught with a bit of danger against Hackshaw. His deliveries tend to skid through at a low trajectory.
Well, Alonso, I think you've been fortunate. You have been at Park Hill for all of the games, so you have actually seen St. Vincent, and in all of the games, I had straddled down to Park Hill, and I'm yet to see St. Lucia in terms of.
Wide again, this one pitching too wide outside the off stump.
So I'm not seeing St. Lucia to see what they have to offer. but I've seen Grenada, I've seen the Dominicans and the Vincentians. And I'm not going to be fortunate to see the final here on Sunday as I head back to the Cumberland playing field. And from all liking, it appears as if St. Vincent will be one of those teams heading down to Cumberland for the third place playoff.
Yes, it seems so at the moment, barring something miraculous. I think even with a win here today, because of the game that was washed out and some shared points between Grenada and St. Lucia, it is likely that Grenada and St. Lucia will definitely finish above St. Vincent. And Dominica, if they win today, in pursuit of 98 down at Cumberland, they will also put themselves in a good position.
Very good position. So I think winners today, the teams that, if Dominica and Grenada are to come out victorious, I think they would be in the final. If St. Lucia wins at Cumberland, we may well see. If Grenada wins here, we may well see Grenada-St. Lucia combination.
Yes, and I think that's a good point. St. Vincent in the first 2 games, they lost by some margin, quite a large margin in both games as well. Akshay again into Jordan John. Looking to drive. Beaten outside the off stump by that one. Quite vociferous and boisterous in the field are the Vincentian young men. Excited by that delivery from Haksha. 16 for 1 in the third over. Just that naughty wide so far in the over from Haksha. Good delivery again from him. Full delivery.
And it was a bit slower as well.
So that's the end of the over. Just the wide from the over. So not a bad second over. As I said, Charles,
you
it tends to happen
definitely
that
said
way.
that his first over tend to be a little ragged, but as he settles into the second and third over, he looks a lot better. And there it was, just a single wide in that over, and really wrapped the batter on the pad about twice or so in the over. So he's really getting his line and his length a lot better. He's a lot straighter. And if he can continue with that, I'm sure he will have some sort of success.
Absolutely, as Stapleton will be continuing to Charles. 2 deep fielders are the third man and the fine leg on the boundary. Looking to punch that one off the back foot. There was a call off, yes, but it was going straight to the man at backward point, who, when he feels it, says, no, there was no run there.
Well, you have to be very conscious. That would have been suicidal.
Yes, it would have been. Probably they would have gotten about half a run. 2/3 of a run.
I'm not sure he would have gotten 2/3. He'd have been well short by the distance.
Stapleton in again to Charles. Striking him on the pad. There was an opportunity there for the leg by, but turned down by Jordan John. Was his call at the non-strikers end, and he declined the run.
John decided he's not going to take chances. We have a lot of overs to get to that total, so why rush it?
Stapleton in again to Charles. Ooh, this one, as you said before, doesn't come up, but I think that's how it has made the requisite adjustment. He's a lot closer to the stumps now.
Yes, he has made a few steps up, and that's important. And he gloved that one cleanly.
Yes. So 16 without loss in the fourth over. Grenada. This one is a wide. Well taken there by the keeper, Hoyt. Good job by him behind the stumps. So another wide to the total, another extra. Now 17. Without loss. driven, but off the inside edge. May have also hit off his toe.
Well, you heard two songs really. Which was first, I'm not too certain, but there was a half-hearted appeal. Umpire Green really not interested. But it was a full delivery. He was driving and you could hear that double sound. So umpire convinced it was an inside edge into the pad.
So here's Stapleton in again to Charles. Shorter. Defends this one to the man at extra cover. Better line, better length. And again, like Haksha, after now being in his second over, just looking to be settling into a better line and length.
Oh, definitely. He has certainly looked a lot better in this over. Gave away quite a few wides in the first over. But he's now warming to the task.
So here he is again. This one is underpants. Just played out to the man at short mid-wicket, so no run. Much better line, better length. And at the end of the fourth over, Grenada, they are 17 without loss.
Well, they have cut the run rate significantly, because at the end of over number 2, they were going at 7.5, and they are just over 4 runs and over at this particular stage. So the bowlers now warming to the task, but they would need to make early inroads. They don't just want to keep things tight, but you want to get among the wickets.
Yes, they will definitely be hoping for some wickets. The last 2 runs actually were wide, so a wide each in the last 2 overs. As Haksha is in now to John. Loud appeal, but stifled in the end, seemed to be heading down the leg side.
And we have a 13th man on the field, but not in the uniform of the Vincentians. He had to make his way off.
A four-legged friend. He has been here with us on several days thus far. Looking to reinforce the field on the offside, going to a long off position as Haksha comes in again to bowl to John. Looking for the drive. That's a good delivery again. Beaten outside the off stump. That's a good line and a good length for him to be bowling.
A very good line and length there by Haksha. Really making him play. And I think the bat hit the turf. And you hear that kind of stifled sound. But there's some excitement, and Haksha really now looking a lot more dangerous than what we saw in his very first over.
Absolutely. That's the length that will probably earn him wickets if he keeps it around that length. That's a good delivery, but well played there by John, he just comes forward, covers it up to the man at extra cover solidly.
Yes, and he was right out on the front foot for that. Definitely was well played. Yeah. And I think that shows the confidence he has.
Haksha again into John. A little slower this time, but wide. And it's another wide from Haksha. At some points, as you mentioned, Charlo, it seems as if he loses his run. You can almost hear like the feet as he gets close to the wicket. It's almost
then he finds himself stretching. Yeah. And as a result, losing the radar in the process. Yeah. But it's something that the coaches would have to work on. I had a conversation with the manager and the coaches during the interval, and I think it's something that they recognize.
He's bowled him, he's yorked him. Looking to play across the line was John, and that one was on the middle stump, and he was beating all ends up, bowled him all over the place. Some excitement here for the supporters of St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and that's the first dismissal. First wicket there to Haksha, 17 for 1.
And we just said that if he could keep that straight line, bowling straight, getting it right, he would make some inroads. And there it was, a Yorker length. He was looking to whip that through the onside, played all over it, lost his middle stump in the process, and he makes his way back rather dejectedly. And we see the number 4 in rock going out to do battle. But that wicket, I think, would do Haksha and the team a world of good.
Absolutely. Very good delivery. Rock seems to be a left-handed batsman. He bowled well today. Got a few wickets with his spin bowling. And so he'll be thinking of a good all-round performance here today for his team. Batting at number 3, a very pivotal position.
I think in the game against Dominica, he came in somewhere around number 5, 6. But this time he has been pushed up the order.
So he has earned the promotion. Well, promotions are always good things, Charlo. Nobody wants to be demoted. It's always good to be promoted.
Well, we are accustomed to that from our school days, the whole issue of promotion. And I think that would tell him that the team has confidence in him.
Yes.
So you are going out there to do a job, and really he would want to grab that with both hands.
So let's see how he adjusts his line to the left-hander, Haksha, as he comes in out to Rock. Abodes his run.
Yeah, you can see him just lost it. Yeah. And now he's remarking that run.
Interestingly, the Vincentian Pacers have chosen almost immediately in each game to go around the wicket to the left-handers.
One of the things I did when I bowl, I never go around the wicket for anybody. The left-hander, right-hander, I stick to the over the wicket because I was confident with my own control.
Yes, and you see now wide on his first delivery. And he looks at that delivery, he lost it on the ball. He basically stuck to the crease. And I think that, it's a very challenging thing to bowl around the wicket, especially at such a young age. Because you have to concentrate on coming off the wicket as a right-arm bowler.
This is his second game I'm seeing here at Park Hill with the Vincentians. I'm not too sure if he have ever got bowled from the other end.
No, he hasn't. It's wide again outside the off stump. Has bowled several wides now, Haksha.
Another wide
there from.
He has really lost
now,
it. He has lost it.
I think it might be better served just staying over the wicket.
Yeah, I think he would be well advised to come back over the wicket. I think he would be able to control himself a lot better.
Yeah, and then he should, it seems as if that is what he's doing, and he should aim for a line of about just around off stump. And with the angle, if it straightens or comes back in, then it will be a very dangerous delivery. That's a good one. That one still came and went down the left side.
4th consecutive wide. So the run rate continues to go up. We are in over number 5. It's already 21.
It's another 75 needed for the Grenadines. We are a little bit towards mid-wicket here, so can't always judge the line of the delivery. We apologize to our viewers on commentary. Definitely are able to see the length quite well, but not necessarily the line.
Some good advice from the spectators. And that's another wide.
So another wide by Haksha.
Opening bowling partner has run all the way down to have a conversation with him.
Yeah, the vice captain coming for a chat, and the captain as well. Skipper and vice captain having a talk with him. Could see the head is down, confidence is a little low.
He's jaded.
Yeah. This one is flicking it off the pad straight to the man at square leg.
Well,
more than enough time to take this.
A fielder. Yeah. That could have been some trouble, but really little Tittle struggled to get that one up to the keeper.
Yeah, the return was accurate, but it didn't really have a lot of zip behind it. And they were able to complete the single quite easily in the end, so that helps Rock to get off the mark. And it brings Charles back into strike. So full delivery, a wide delivery.
Signal, so 6 wides in the over. So this over, if he can control, is a 12 delivery over. If I was the captain, I would pull him out after this over. Let him settle himself and bring one of the spinners on and see what changes we can make.
Yeah, I think the emotions are quite high for him. He's also from this vicinity, from South Rivers. And long single there to Tittle, slight misfield. That's another single to Charles. And
over comes to an end, over number 5.
Yes, finally comes to an end.
I was looking at Tittle Alanson. I'm really wondering if he can really get the ball into the keeper from the boundary.
Maybe, maybe not. I'm not sure. But he's not feeling on the boundary, so. A very small lad. His dad, I know his dad, a police officer. His dad is a big guy, so.
Yeah, so Stapleton has been pulled out of the attack?
No, he continues. Stapleton
he continues.
Good delivery from Stapleton. Good delivery that from Stapleton. He has been looking a bit threatening in the last couple of overs. Lots of advice coming from the crowd.
Well, it's a female. It's a female voice, and she has been very, very vocal in terms of giving advice.
That's a wide one.
You can hear the grunt from the bowler. Disappointed in that.
Good take though by Hoyt down the leg side. 26 for 1 in the 6th over.
So I think Hoyt has judged the pace and the bounce well. So he has stepped up a little closer, and since then he has looked much better in terms of gloving the ball, not allowing it to bubble out of his gloves and getting past him. But he has done a good work since then.
Yes, it's always better to. Well, I'll get back to that after this delivery. This one is edge down to Tallman. Should be cut off by Hackshaw. He's very quick. And he only gets 1 run, so good feeling there by Hackshaw.
Good work by him. It's always difficult when you just come off bowling a 12 ball over. And he covered ground rather quickly. Got his body behind it and got the return in very quickly as well.
Yes, good feeling there by Hackshaw. I was about to say that for the keeper, it's always easier for him to keep the ball that comes to him on the full than to try to always be stopping the ball on the bounce, because once it bounces again, you don't know how high is it going to bounce.
Definitely.
Or the direction in which it is going to go. So Stapleton to continue, bowling to Rock. Looking to play that one on the onside, but stifled appeal. May have pitched outside the leg stump.
Seems to have pitched outside the leg stump from our vantage point. And we are not in the perfect position.
Yeah.
But you can see an umpire Green really just walked away. Well, the rain has disappeared.
Rock playing this one out to Charles at cover, no chance of a run. He's around quickly from extra cover.
But the sun is not out in its splendor, but it's still very good conditions for cricket.
Perfect conditions, especially for the bowlers. It's not too hot at the moment. You know, we want to sap them from as much energy as it was probably on Wednesday when it was quite warm.
Well, I experienced that warmth in Cumberland. I could tell you it was pretty hot. I was in the pavilion and sweating.
Wow.
At one time, on one occasion, because I think the roof is somewhat low, so you can actually feel it coming through the roof. And I had to keep myself hydrated a lot during that stint.
Yes, and on the western side of the island, that's the rain shadow side. Always just a little bit warmer than the eastern side in St. Vincent. Swan left outside the off stump. So Stapleton has adjusted to the left-hander in terms of his line. 28 for 1 in the 6th over. to require a further 68 runs for victory. The Grenadines. St. Vincent needs to take on 9 wickets remaining, I think. So dot delivery. That's the end of the over. After 6 overs, it's 28 for 1.
So a pretty tidy over there by Stapleton. Really keeping things relatively tight. Yes, he strayed on one or so occasion, but apart from that, he really kept things rather tight. And that's what the Vincent need. They still need not only to keep it tight, but you need to get among the wickets.
So actually, he will continue even after that last over. We saw him bowl several wides. I think it's very tempting for the captain to keep him going because he's a wicket threat. This one is another wide. Good take there by the keeper.
I would say the captain was generous.
Yeah, I think this might be his last chance for the time being.
Unless he picked up a wicket or two in the over,
Yeah.
I would think that they would say, well, come on, you can take a rest.
Yeah, probably a time to just go and think and reconsider the approach and come back with a different plan. Good delivery. Every time he gets it in the good area, he causes a lot of problems, actually.
Well, that's the trouble. When you are not consistent in terms of your line, your length, your string down the leg, but whenever it comes good, the batsman is just it's too good for the batter. Because I think in the batter's mind, you're still looking at the another wide, but when it comes in that area, really is a threat, and that was a beauty.
It was. Just left him off the pitch. Really squared him up and left him in no man's land. This one is a fuller one, looking for that delivery, that full length delivery that probably got in the wicket, but just over pitch on that occasion. But no harm done. Hit straight to the man at shortish mid on there, Slater. 30 for 1 in the 7th over. Haksha again into Charles. This one is short. He punches it, but straight to extra cover. Doesn't find the gap.
Not only did not find the gap, but he had no power on it, and it was easy pick up for the captain.
Yeah, seemed to break his wrist in the shot at some point there. Ooh, that's a good delivery. That one is an excellent delivery there from Haksha.
Again, whenever he gets into that area, it's simply too good.
Yeah, that's if he's there, maybe even 4 times in an over, he's gonna cause a lot of problems. So he really
That would
needs to
ask
get
a lot of
consistent.
questions of the batter.
Absolutely. So, straighter one. Kept a little bit low, but well played there by Charles. Came down on it, jammed down on the last minute.
So Haksha looks a lot better in this over, and really asked a few questions of Charles. But fortunately, Charles is still there.
Yes, Charles doing what is required of him for the time being for his team. Shorter one, a bit lift off the pitch. Catching him high on the bat, no run. That's the end of the over. That's 30 for 1 after 7 overs. Better over there from Haksha.
A lot better from Haksha. And really, that over, he asked a few questions of Charles. How Charles came out still on the victor's side. And apart from that early wicket, he is yet to get among the wickets again. But he has bowled some very good deliveries in the process.
Yes, he has looked threatening anytime he has gotten it in the area just on or around the off stump. Getting some movement away from the right-hander. And at a reasonable pace as well for under 15 level.
Definitely a good pace, and as the old Jeff Boycott would say, in that corridor of uncertainty.
Absolutely. Stapleton, another good delivery from Stapleton. He has found his line to the left-handed rock. I don't know what he fiddled at that one. It's a fuller delivery. Full toss in the end. Single taken, should be close. Oh, and a direct hit with him.
That would have been interesting. That would have been mighty close. And umpire Green was in the perfect position. Had that struck, I think he would have been walking back.
Yes, absolutely. Fieldsman there coming in quite quickly. It was Javon Johnny. And with a direct hit there, that would have been the end of Rock for sure. Ill-advised single. He timed it quite well to the man at mid-on, and it went straight to him, but he still opted to take the single.
Well, I think it was a bit rather belated chance, but really it was lucky to be there.
Nice looking drive from Charles. Oh, and that's a sloppy work there being done there by the fielder. Goes down for 2. Good feeling there. Good recovery by the skipper Charles, but a bit of sloppy work there from the fielder Jordan.
See him down on the boundary there, is holding his hand, perhaps getting the hit around the wrist or around the right thumb area.
Yes, Alexander Jordan.
Seemed to be rather painful. But he should have done a lot better with that delivery. That definitely should not have gone through him.
Stapleton in again to Charles. Nice looking drive, but straight to the man at mid-on. They're not going to take a single to Bob Jr. Moves quickly across the ground, keeps it down to a scoreless delivery. 33 for 1 in the 8th over.
So he's still up to 4 runs and over, just over 4.
Yeah. It's just over 4, which is much more than they require. But remember that St. Vincent had a similar start. Ooh, it's a naughty shot there from Charles, looking really just to hang the bat out there outside the off stump. Beaten in the process. Rehearses a left alone shot.
That's what he should have done in the first case, but he was fishing at it, and luckily for him, he didn't get a touch.
Yes, as you mentioned, Ellis in that Matanaya, Stapleton in that corridor of uncertainty. Ooh, and this is a no ball.
It is.
Slips out of his hand. Chance at the bowler's end. It's a no ball. So this one will be a free hit.
I think Charles is backing himself. So umpires had a little consultation. So there was no warning for the bowler because in the umpire's opinion it was not threatening, it was high over the batter's head. Had it been around the chest area, he would have gotten a warning. So free hit signal by the umpire.
Scorer.
So the captain ran all the way from extra cover to have a word with Stapleton. So let's see what would happen. Charles is on strike. He turned down the bye. Total onto 34.
I think he had wanted to face this free hit. So let's see how Stapleton will go. He's in now. I think he's bowling, but it's a free hit. Some excitement here from the fans, but
yes, definitely excitement, but to no avail.
Yes, it's a free hit.
He's still there.
Yeah.
Asking for repeat.
Bowl the same one. Yeah.
Yes, asking for repeat. Keep it in the same way. If it's not broken, don't fix it.
But it's the end of the over, so he will have to try it the next over when he comes back. But that was a good delivery. Got the inside edge. It was a good length. He really couldn't get under that. He was looking to hit it to far places.
It's right up there. And he got that inside edge into the stumps.
So the new bowler coming on is Javon Johnny, diminutive youngster. He did have that bit of feeling in the previous over that almost affected the run out. He's going to be bowling now for the first time in the tournament. It's his first game today.
His first game as well. A pretty long run for a very diminutive individual.
Yeah, let's see how he goes. The medium pacer. Still within the power play, so only the fine leg and the third man are out. Will they keep the fine leg in the circle? The third man is definitely back on the boundary. Just waiting to see whether the fine leg will stay inside the circle. Yes, they have kept the fine leg in the circle. And the long on is out. And it's a wide delivery. But not a bad delivery there in terms of his carry for the size of the man who was bowling.
Well, I'm really surprised, Alanson, to say the least, because I think he has a lot more pace than I thought.
Yes, he does. For the size of man who is bowling there, you would not expect that to go through that.
Yeah, right, they bounce, they carry everything good.
Pleading there with the umpire not to be wided was Johnny.
And he decides
seems to be a bit of a character, the young man.
He seems to be going wrong the wicket now to bowl to the left-hander.
Okay. Yeah, I was saying that he seems like he has a little bit about him in terms of his character. Seems to be quite as he comes in again. This one is a wide again down the left side. So he wasn't pleading on that occasion, accepted that the umpire was correct in his judgment. But he needs to get them lined up on off stump here. Might be a bit nervous, the young man, in his first game. His first spell. Some very vociferous fans, as you might be hearing in the broadcast as well. This one is struck on the pad. Appeal. There's no decision there, not out decision from umpire. Seem to be going on the leg side.
Yes, it seems to be, and a bit high as well.
Yes.
So umpire Bayam says not out. So Johnny seemed to be getting his radar right there. He got one into the right area.
Fuller delivery, nice drive, but straight to Slater. So save some runs there for his team. At either end of him, I think that may have gone close to the boundary.
Very close to the boundary. But I'm looking at Johnny, and his run-up looks pretty balanced. And seem to welcome the occasion.
Yes, he has some spunk about him, the youngster. Comes in again. Good delivery. Loud appeal. Maybe a little high. Also the angle coming in, maybe going down the leg side. But good delivery again from the youngster. And I think by the end of his spell, he might be one of the crowd favorites here today.
It seems, I'm getting the impression that he's from the area.
Yes, he's from nearby, I think.
Yeah, so the crowd is really behind him. So it's a Parkhill.
Yes, been informed that he's from Parkhill. So playing at home. Another good delivery, but comes off the outside edge. Should only be one. So good bowling so far by Johnny. Yes, he's right in his home village in Parkhill.
And the crowd is behind him, getting the sort of support that you need at this particular stage of your career.
Yes, I think if he takes a wicket or two now, that the whole place will be up in rapturous applause.
I can tell you that.
But in the meantime, Dominica 37 for 1. Grenada, sorry, 37 for 1 in pursuit of 96. Well in charge at the moment here at the Park Hill playing field as the sun comes back out to join us in all its glory. It's a wide delivery down the leg side. So just
and you can hear the advice.
Losing it. Yeah.
No wides.
Just losing it on that occasion. Going down the leg side. So he needs to adjust now. The right hander is on strike, so he needs to adjust. Something that is not always as easy for bowlers at this age group. Better length, better line. Easy single in the end. But a good line and a good length there from the young man.
Yeah, forcing the batter to come rather hurriedly down on that one and squats it out to a backward point position, and he got a single, but good bowling on the part of the young man, and certainly would welcome the opportunity, particularly when you have the sort of support that you are getting from the crowd.
Absolutely. Brings Rock back into strike. So Johnny to Rock. This one is flicking it off the pads. Will challenge the boundary, but very good feeling there by Bob. Strong throw, but a bit wayward. And 2 runs taken in the end.
And certainly the spectators are into the game, Aladso, but I think it's a good piece of work by Bob on the fence.
And he did release the throw
and very
on the turn. Exactly,
yes. And it was a pretty strong throw, but just that he was off a little, and one could understand that because he was throwing on the turn.
He threw it on the turn. So it would have been something very, very spectacular if it were online and he had gotten the dismissal, but
so at the
end of the over.
End up over number 941, still going at over 4 runs and over. And Stapleton will continue.
Stapleton to continue to Charles. Stapleton getting an extended spell. He has been there or thereabouts in his line after his first over and his length. So given an extended spell here by the skipper.
Yet to get among the wickets.
Stapleton to Charles. Shorter. Played out square on the offside. No run is taken. Fielded there by Alexander Jordan. Captain in conversation with his bowler. Comes in now. This one is outside the off stump. Left alone by Charles.
In the last game against Dominica, that's the sort of approach Charles also took. Anything outside that off stump, he was willing to leave it alone and let the bowlers bowl to him. And he batted deep into the Grenada innings and saw them to victory.
Yeah, that seems to be his role. As Stapleton is driving nicely through the offside. Should get 2 runs at least. Gone into the boundary now for 4. So that's a good drive there from Charles. Found the gap and it was good execution all the way to the boundary for 4.
So, good shot by the young man. It was pitched up. And he got that left foot out to the pitch of the ball, drove it sweetly past extra cover, and he earned himself a boundary.
Yeah, you mentioned that he batted through. And we could see that the batsman who was dismissed, the opener, John, is a bit more aggressive. So maybe that is his role, and the others will bat around him.
It appears that way to me, that the others bat around him.
So he leaves it outside the off stump again, as you said. not tempted into anything injudicious. I think only once in his innings he has fiddled that one out there in that corridor.
So it's a good indication that he knows where his stumps are. Crowd rather quiet for the moment.
Well, the visitors are in the ascendancy. Shortish delivery on the pads. Strikes him on the pad. Should be able to get a leg by quite easily. Wait on the signal from umpire Green. Yes, leg by signaled. So one more onto the total. 46 for 1. In over number 10. About to complete the power play. Fuller delivery, but that's down the leg side. It's wide signal by umpire Green. 47 now for 1. And if we recall, at the end of 10 overs, St. Vincent and the Grenadines were actually 47 for 1.
So we are just about neck and neck.
But this is what happened after that. The Boats' run up on that occasion does Stapleton, not happy with something. Applause coming in from his teammates, encouraging him. In now to bowl to Rock. He defends stoutly. Back to him.
So I'll take my exit while you would welcome Osnet.
Yes, and that's the end of 10 overs. At the end of the first power play, 47 for 1, the Grenada under 15 team. They have actually mirrored the score of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team, who are actually 47 for 1 after 10 overs as well. But lost their way there after losing. They remain in 9 wickets for less than 50 runs. So something for the Vincentians to bear in mind, that they are not out of the game as yet, and that they just need to try to get some wickets here. On the other hand, Charles and Rock, they would want to continue this partnership that has seen them to this score after the loss of John. And we're going to see a bowling change here now. Looks like Zach Thomas is going to be introduced to the bowling. And just want to say good afternoon to Osnet.
Yes, good afternoon to you, Alanson. Good afternoon to all our viewers locally, regionally, around the world following this broadcast. Action here at the Parquet playing field in this Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands under 15 tournament.
So after that 1 over, Johnny removed from the bowling. I think he was bowled. He showed some promise in that over, just lost his line on a couple of occasions. Maybe could have been given another over or 2 to see what was going on with him. Because I think that if Thomas starts bowling now, and he's likely to bowl well if we can't go by anything that we have seen from him so far in the tournament, that he would not be taken off for the time being. So that might be just the over that Johnny may have gotten on that occasion, just the 1 over.
Yes, based on what we've seen in the tournament so far, after the opening balls from the seamers, they've employed their spinners. So we have the likes of Joris Batiste and even the captain himself, as well as Bob, spin bowling options.
It's a beautiful delivery there from Thomas. Flatter spinner. Keeper is back a little bit. I don't think he'll be able to effect the stumping. But because of the pace at which Thomas is bowling, he's just ensuring that he gets it in his hand. Not that delivery. Charles on strike. Rakeem Charles. Punches this one, but straight to the man at point. Batiste, Joris Batiste does the feeling.
Yes, I agree with you, Alonso, in terms of Johnny. I thought he looked reasonably well in the first over. I mean, coming in first game, a bit of nerves maybe.
And that's a big wicket there for for Thomas, striking Charles on the pad, looking to play a bit to square, and that's a very important wicket. As we have said before, Charles has been the rock of their batting, has batted deep into the innings on several occasions for the Grenadian team, and the St. Vincentian boys are happy to see the back of Charles.
Yes, and a very good start there from Thomas, just picking up where he left off in the previous game. Bowled a very good spell, a marathon spell, bowled his 10 overs on the trot, and it's good from him in terms of getting an early breakthrough here for the Vincentian team. That will keep them motivated. It's a small total, 96. It's now 47 for the loss of 2. Grenada in response.
Absolutely. New batsman coming out to face the music will be Mitchell, who was exemplary in his bowling spell. Went for less than 1 run and over.
Yes, they bowled a brilliant spell earlier, Mitchell. Really troubled the Vincentian batters, gave them nothing really to work with. And I'm sure he'll be looking to transfer some of that form, that bowling form, into the batting effort coming in here at number 4.
So we'll take a short break now as we have a break for drinks, and we'll be back with you with live action when we resume.
Yes, welcome back to the Parkhill playing field. We are seeing action here in the Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament. A game being played between St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the host country, and Grenada. St. Vincent earlier made 95 and Grenada in response they're 47 for the loss of 2. Zach Thomas there just picking up the big wicket of Charles, driving this one officially. A chance for a run out. A bit laboured there. Xavier on a rock. It was always going to be the call of Mitchell. It was a delivery on the line of the off stump. He stroked it officially to the man there at mid-off. I think it was Johnny. But the return never really was accurate enough to really cause any problems there for Rock. So all is well that ends well there for the Grenadian team.
Yeah, so from what we have heard from our co-commentator who has seen Grenada play already, Mitchell is a no nonsense type of batsman. Will be quite attacking.
So 11 overs completed. And Grenada on the 15. They are 47 for the loss of 2. Mitchell, he's on 1. Rock is there on 5.
Yes, after this opening bout of about 11 overs, Grenada large and in charge here at Park Hill. The St. Vincent team really need to get amongst the wickets. Only 2 wickets have gone so far, but they're getting into maybe the stronger suit of their bowling based on the last match, which is a partnership between Thomas and Batiste. And there's still the option of bowling the vice captain Bob and also the captain, the leg spinner, John Charles. So they have quite a bit of slow bowling options.
Well, this is the period of play where they pull things back a bit from versus St. Lucia in the last encounter, where they employed Thomas and Batiste. So they'll be hoping for something similar. On this occasion, struck him on the pad. Right arm off spinner over the wicket. I mean, the angle we are from, it's highly likely it may have pitched outside leg.
Yes, quite possibly. But of course, we have some vociferous supporters downstairs, and I mean, everything that strikes the pad is out. As long as it strikes a Dominican, I mean, a Grenadian pad for their liking.
It's a full toss and he's bowled.
He's bowled. Bowl off a full toss. Oh my word. He's bowled off a full toss. What can we say?
Well, it was a juicy full toss. We have seen quite a bit of those being served up today by both teams. On this occasion, Mitchell, we mentioned his attacking instincts, looking to deposit that one somewhere in the region of deep mid-wicket. Missed it completely, crashed into his off stump. So he goes, and another wicket for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They seem to be making some inroads here, and it's 48 for the loss of 3.
Yes, Bartholomew, the skipper, coming out now to join Rock to replace Mitchell. Really, I was looking for that delivery somewhere down on the boundary line. He swung after it, but made no contact and didn't offer himself a second line of defense with his body.
Yes, that full toss was dipping at the right time, I must say.
It did. And one of the things you have to look at with the way that Batiste bowls, he gives the ball a lot of air, and so sometimes he bowls full. But he's not putting a lot of energy behind the deliveries. So even though they're in the air, they will dip quickly. Once they have passed a few meters, they will start dipping quite quickly because he doesn't put a lot of energy behind the ball.
Agreed. So he has tasted all his success once again. We mentioned his exploits in the last game where he picked up 3 wickets and really dented the St. Lucians to some extent. It took some low order resistance from the St. Lucians to really get them up to a reasonable total. And today again we have seen him getting a wicket with it in his first over. Once again, a flighty delivery. He's driving it up to the man there, Slater. He seemed to be very energized in the field. He scored some runs today as well. I'm sure that would have given him added confidence.
Of course, it always does. As you see, that there are 2 slips in place. So, captain attacking, realizing that he needs wickets.
So, he's short of a length. He's walking it out to deep mid-wicket. Should get a single. He's off the mark, Captain Bartholomew. It's a bit too short there from Joyce.
Yes, it was. I think probably a little bit later on in his innings, he might actually pull that one instead of playing with a straighter batter off his pads.
Just an update from the next game being played between St. Lucia and Dominica. St. Lucia, surprisingly, they were bowled out for 98. And in reply, Dominica staging a good reply, 59 for 1. So Dominica in pole position there to really open up this entire tournament if they're able to win.
Yes, it will be quite interesting because St. Lucia already has 2 wins. Well, no, they have a win and no result.
Well, so actually, if Dominica wins, they go straight to the final.
They go straight through, without question.
This one is edging through the slip region. Should be able to come back for a second.
Yes, without question, they will be in the final. And if Grenada win today, Grenada will join them in the final, I think.
Yes, because that would be 2 victories for Grenada.
Exactly. So a win for Well, basically, as
Well, actually, it
as
wouldn't be
mentioned
2
earlier-
wins. Sorry, my bad. It would be one. The first victory. Grenada hasn't won a game as yet.
Yeah, that's true. So then it will be St. Lucia and Dominica.
Game between Grenada and Dominica had a no result. The first game.
No, Grenada and St. Lucia. That's no result.
Okay. Okay, we're just trying to sort out things here.
And Grenada beat Dominica yesterday.
Okay, good.
Right, so it will be their second win if they win today. So it will be Dominica Grenada.
Yes,
Would it?
correct.
It will be 3 teams with 2 wins actually. No, 2 teams with 2 wins, and St. Lucia will have a win and a no result. So, yeah, basically, who wins today will make the final in both games.
Very much so. As we see Thomas once again, he has really found that line that he wants to bowl. He seems to be in control of the situation in terms of where he wants his deliveries to land, the pace at which he bowls, etc. He has been exemplary really for the Vincentian team.
And the Grenada team has to be careful here, especially against Thomas. Saw a very naughty shot there from the skipper, trying to dab him late, but he's coming through quite quickly.
Once again, this one skidding through a chance. Again, a bit of indecision between the two batters. But in the end, they make it through. But it's that this delivery again, Alan, so we spoke about that last game, that he seemed to get to just skid on to the bat. And if you're playing back, you're always giving him a chance.
Yes, I mentioned it, that he has to be very careful when playing those shots. It's a short man is Thomas, not very tall, short young man. And so the ball doesn't really come up that much. When he bowls a quicker one, it just slides through at a pretty low height and at a good pace.
52 for the loss of 3. So they need a further 44 runs, yes. Target of 96. The sun again is out in all its glory here at the Parkhill playing field. This one is coming forward there, rock. Solid as a rock.
Yes, doing his name good justice with that backward and that forward defense.
Well, that's all they need to do really, Grenada. They're in no rush really. They are under no sort of scoreboard pressure or anything like that. As this one is edging, is it? Yes, it is. So once again, Thomas again causing some problems here for these batters. That delivery pushed through once again, and there was Rock on the back foot and just edging it, ricocheting from the wicketkeeper's leg onto the man there at slip. I think is Bob. An easy catch in the end. So the 4th wicket goes down for Grenada, and they're in a bit of bother here. 52 for the loss of 4.
Yes, that was a quicker, flatter delivery, something we have seen to be quite synonymous with Thomas and his bowling. Just coming off the edge, deflection, taking it onto the wicketkeeper's thigh and slowing it down. And not only that, causing it to loop up in the air quite nicely for Bob to take a catch. And that's the end of Rock. He was looking quite solid, but was deceived on that occasion by the extra pace. And he has been replaced now by Wickham, bowling right-hander. Strong-looking young man.
Well, we were looking at him earlier in the slip corner, and we were saying that he looks like someone who could pack a punch. And that was later confirmed by a member of the Dominican traveling party here. So we'll be looking forward to seeing him today. Wickham. Jamie Wickham.
Yes, Jamie Wickham. I think he's
So
a right-hander, but we'll have to wait to see if he's right or left. We haven't seen him bat yet.
That was actually the last delivery of the previous over that the wicket fell on. So we're going to see Batiste again coming from the northern end. Captain Bartholomew is still there. This one is flighting it nicely there by Batiste. And Bartholomew coming forward and stroking it up the pitch. I think that shot has been employed a lot today. It's a shot that we have seen both teams really employ a lot, regardless of the length of the deliveries. So the Vincentian team in higher spirits, rightfully so, and picking up a couple of key wickets in the last couple of overs. That would have really giving them some motivation. It's not a big total on the board, but this one looks to be one that can go down to the wire. This one is short of a length and he's punching it. Well played in the end. Up to the man there at a long on position. Maybe in hindsight the captain can perhaps bring that man in. The fact that they've lost a couple of wickets just to give that added pressure.
Yes, and the bowler Wickham now comes into strike. He's a left-handed batsman actually, Osden.
.53 for the loss of 4. Grenada that's losing a couple of wickets in the last few overs. Would have really encouraged the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team. Still awaiting their first victory. This would really give them a bit of a lift moving into the third place playoff. This one is short of a length and Wickham just covers up, plays it up back the pitch.
Yeah, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the only team that has not won a game yet in the competition. So they are really desperate to do so today. Good delivery there.
Yes, very well bowled by Jarez. He's not bowling at a great pace. And I think that's part of the guy that he's offering. And so far, so good for him. And it's the end of another over. 1-1 coming from it. And at the end of the 14th, Grenada chasing 96 for victory. They are 53 for the loss of 4.
So Grenada required another 43 runs to win. And they have 6 wickets in hand. So it should be a straightforward equation for them. But nothing is straightforward, as we have seen in this tournament and in cricket so far. And I'm sure Thomas will want to have a say in that. They have lost the last 3 wickets for less than 10 runs. So they're in the position where they have to stage a bit of a recovery here.
Indeed so. As Thomas again starts his third over. Batiste of figures of 1 for 4 so far. As he's slashing this one. Wonderful shot. Gorgeous there from Captain Bartholomew. One of the best we've seen today.
Proper shot through extra cover. Magnificent shot for 4. Then he was stretching forward and he executed that drive wonderfully. Placed it in the gap. Just had the face angled into the gap there between the man at extra cover and the man at mid-off for a splendid shot.
But it's something that we've been calling for all day, really. Some of these deliveries flighting on the line of the off stump, and there was Bartholomew really giving that delivery what it deserved in terms of a wonderful cover drive, and that would give him some confidence moving forward in this innings. There was Bartholomew looking for that quick single. I don't think we'll see a lot of singles from Wickham.
Yeah, I don't think that quick single. With all due respect to Wickham, I think irrespective of whether it was him or somebody else, I don't think that a single was on there at all. Not to Charles at this.
Yes, Charles is one of the better fielders we have in this side. This one again is causing some problems there for the right-handed Bartholomew. Comes back for a second. Delivery just skidding through. Perhaps a bit of movement away as well from the right-hander. And taking the outer portion of the bat, still gets 2 runs, so a bit of momentum coming back into the Grenadian innings. So a gorgeous cover drive from Bartholomew, and now we're seeing a couple of runs down to third man. As well bowled again from Thomas. It's good to see that even though that boundary was hit, he's still willing to flight the ball a bit, using different changes of pace. But well played in the end from Bartholomew. He looks good so far. He's on 9 from 16. And at the end of the 15th over, Grenada, they are 59 for the loss of 4.
Yes, 59 at this stage. They are just below 4 runs and over. But at the beginning of the innings, they only required just about 2 runs and over to win. So they're in a very good position with all of, let me see, 33 overs remaining because it's a 48 over game. So 33 overs remaining to score just about 37 runs. So, I mean, that's a lot of time, wasn't it?
Yes, a lot of time indeed. 37 runs from 198 deliveries. A required run rate of 1.12. They're currently scoring at 3.93, which is reasonable. I think the Vincentians at one point when that partnership was going very well for them in terms of Charles and Slater, that was the rate at which they were going, just around 4 runs per over. Now at that point we were looking for something way beyond the 95 that they actually scored. But unfortunately they lost wickets in clusters and never really got their innings going. As we're going to see a change of bowling, we're going to see Captain Charles. Surprisingly, after 2 overs there from Batiste, 2 overs 1 for 4, didn't really do anything wrong. You couldn't have asked for something better from the young man, but the captain himself is seeing things differently. Bowling his leg spinners. Interesting field. There's a man there at deep square leg on that short mid wicket, mid on, mid off, cover extra, cover backward point, slip, and a man at short fine leg. This one is punching it. Lovely shot once again. Should get close to the boundary. Just touches down. So the best of Wickham so far. A short delivery outside the off stump, and there was Wickham punching it off the back foot. A very good shot.
Yes, that's a big man shot there. Just punching it with some power off the back foot along the ground. Not leaving it off at any point. All along the ground for 4.
This one again is a bit quicker, a bit flatter. And Wickham covers up. Seem to be in control. Not flustered in any way. There's a lot of overs to bat here. As he's coming between the umpire and the stumps. Captain Charles. This one is wide outside the off stump. Wickham there looking to replicate what he did earlier. Misses it completely. 63 for the loss of 4.
Yes, Wickham looks like somebody who likes to play shots, so maybe he can slow down just a little bit outside the off stump to see if he could tempt him into something injudicious. As long as he keeps bowling flat like that, it will be quite easy pickings for him, because when he plays an aggressive shot on the back foot, then he'll be in more control.
Agreed. So the end of the first over there, 4 runs coming from it. And at the end of the 16th, Grenada under 15 chasing 96 for victory here at the Park Hill playing field. They are 63 for the loss of 4.
It's 33 runs required for victory for the Grenada under 15 team. The Vincentian team require another 6 wickets, because there's no way that they're going to restrict them to below 96 if they bat all 48 overs this afternoon. And seeking those wickets, it's Thomas.
Thomas again, giving this one a bit of air. But he has actually changed the field. He has actually pushed that man back from mid-off down to long off, sorry. So giving himself a bit of cover. With these deliveries as Bartholomew is sweeping this one out to deep square leg. Slater comes in and gets it back to the bowler. Limits the batters to 1 run. So Bartholomew here just walking the ball into the gaps, playing a captain's knock. It's 64 for the loss of 4.
I'm interested to see how Wickham approaches batting Thomas, who's a bit quicker, flatter. He has been defending mainly off the back foot or just half cock forward. Maybe an interesting thing here for Thomas in terms of the LBW possibility.
Yes, most of his deliveries so far you've seen Wickham just playing from the crease. I think maybe from a bowling perspective, they need to try and get him coming forward a bit more. He seemed to be prepared to just lay back on the crease, wait on something short of a length. I think that's a better length. He was actually half forward on that occasion. But thankfully for him, he got a bit of bat on that one. That one is short of a length. I think that's a shot he perhaps favor.
That's where he wants it. That's where he wants it. Especially if it gives him a little bit of width. He has the strength to punch those deliveries into the gap for 4.
Definitely an interesting contest here, interesting matchup between the experienced Thomas and Wickham, who have shown inclination to play shots so far in this innings. A very good over there from Zach Thomas. Normally gets through his overs very quickly. And at the end of it, 17 overs completed. Grenada, they are 64 for the loss of 4.
It's almost a mirror image of what we saw happening in the Vincent and the Grenadines innings, except that in the sport of losing wickets, they lost more wickets at this stage. They had moved from 55 for 1 to about 60 odd for about 7. So that's something that really affected them in their batting. But as long as these two put together a partnership, then Grenada should be home and dusted with several overs to spare.
Yes, this seems to be a very critical partnership here. If Vincent are able to break this partnership, they'll feel that they can continue, as this one is out. Yes! So we're just mentioning the need for a breakthrough here, and that's a big wicket there from the Vincent team. The captain goes, Bartholomew. He's adjudged to be LBW. And another wicket goes down. It's now 64 for the loss of 5.
Yes, a very full delivery there. And I think he might have been expecting some turn, but it went on straight with the arm, striking him on the pad. I think you are able to see the replay there. Yeah, striking him on the pad in front. And, easy decision in the end by umpire Green.
Yes, just to get that that left leg outside of the line. He seemed to have placed it down the wicket. So on that occasion, striking him just on and about the off stumps. So based on what we are seeing there, a reasonable decision there from umpire Green. Bartholomew would be disappointed. He was shaping up very nicely. And Grenada, they lose another wicket as we see Camille Abraham coming in to face the music.
So the Vincentian team continue to pick up wickets here. And as long as they keep taking wickets, they would still feel that they are with a good chance in this game. Their spinners have really come into contention. And I remember being on with Charlo and saying, Charlo, maybe they could have opened the bowling with one of the spinners in this game, seeing that the spinners have been quite effective for them. And it's a must-win game for them, really. They really could have tried something just a little bit different.
But I think the issue with that is that the playing conditions dictate that two pacers start the proceedings. Yes,
that's the thing. Which I do not necessarily agree with, but it's that these are the conditions.
I think perhaps over the years you've seen that these spinners or slower bowlers, we should say, dominate some of these tournaments. So they're trying to maybe make a way for fast bowlers to come through.
Yeah, I think the best way to get the fast bowlers to come through is to get some pitches that have some pace, some bounce. Once people see that, because that's the most attractive part of cricket. A fast bowler bowling quickly on a quick pitch is the most attractive sight in cricket.
Agreed. Well, Abraham, he doesn't have to face a fast bowler. He has to face the leg spin of Captain Charles. Will be buoyed by that wicket. This one is a good delivery on the line of the middle and north stump. And Abraham comes forward and plays it up to short mid wicket. So a bit of pressure here. These two batters are going to face.
Would you have had a slip in place, Osden?
It's a good delivery. He's bowled him. Just as we were going to discuss the concept of having a slip, I don't think Charles needed a slip on that occasion.
Absolutely not. That one was another straight delivery on the stump. Batsman coming forward a bit belatedly, bowled all over the place. That was that new batsman, Abraham. He really was deceived by that delivery, all ends up. And he's going to be replaced now by the new batsman. It looks like Bishop, Aravinda Bishop. He has a big first name, Aravinda De Silva. We all remember that batsman from Sri Lanka. Master stroke of a batsman. Excellent on the cut and the pull shot.
Well, he'll need a bit of that here if Grenada to really overhaul his total, because St. Vincent seems to be in a good place now, getting some wickets in quick succession. That delivery, they well bowled from Charles, just bowled it a bit slower. Got a bit of tone back between bat and pad. There was Abraham a bit loose, not coming down with his bat and pad close together. And that off stump seemed to be following Charles.
Yeah, he didn't come down with enough energy in that forward defensive shot. I mean, It's almost as if it was almost an afterthought by the time the ball was through. It was a little flatter from the skipper Charles and got the breakthrough.
Well, at the time of replacing Batiste, we were wondering the thinking in terms of that decision, because Batiste himself had got no wicket, 1 for 2, very economical as well. But he himself has come in and he has bowled 2 overs so far, 2 for 4. So he proven to be a master stroke from the captain himself. As he's shocking this one on the pad, loud appeal there, umpire green unmoved. But a lot seemed to be happening now out there. One perhaps going down the leg side. And it's the end of another over. Successful over there. 2 wickets coming from that one. And at the end of it, 18 overs completed. Grenada under 15. They're in a spot about here. 64 for the loss of 6.
Yeah, 64 for 6. Really and truly the game now in the balance. Grenada were in the ascendancy prior to that over, but after those 2 wickets, really the game now is in the balance. It can really swing either way. Another couple of wickets there can really swing the pendulum fully over to the SVG side. And I think a lot now will depend for Grenada on the batting of Wickham.
So Wickham it is to face up to Thomas. The wicket of Wickham is going to be key as well. I've seen him looking reasonably comfortable so far. He'll be looking to take this game home for the Grenadian team. This delivery is flighted and he's hitting him on the pad. Maybe a bit high, maybe a bit outside the off stump. It's very difficult for us to see from this angle.
I think height may have come into question there.
A lot of chatter from the closing fielders, understandably so. There's Thomas again, and that's in length, just trying to get Wickham to come forward. And based on what we've seen, Alan, so he has no inclination really to come forward to any great extent.
Yes, when he struck on the pad, he definitely will be a little bit of a candidate.
This one is making a big swing, this one down the leg side. It'll be interesting to see if he can make it back for a second. I think wisely turned down the opportunity to do so. Based on that single, I don't think he would have made it.
Yeah, it's taking a while to get to the other end. There's quite a bit of him. And of course, if he wants to continue and have a professional career, you will advise to, look at his diet, firstly. Not just the exercise, but firstly his diet, and see if he can trim down little bit by little bit over the years.
Agreed. And it's going to be Bishop coming in to strike. This one is coming down, and that one just in time. I think Thomas will be encouraged by what he sees. And Bishop, they're not really coming forward. A delivery, a foolish delivery, was on the back foot. And this time is covering up. So it's 66 for the loss of 6. As we see the crowd getting into it here at the Park Hill playing field. They have really, this one is coming off the outside portion of the bat, and I think it will remain a single. It's hard for us to envision any tools being taken whilst Wickham is there.
For Bishop though, would you bring in the man at long off and long on? I think I would.
Yes, because he doesn't seem to be one who will play a shot out of anger. He seems to be someone who will just be there about covering up. So you can actually do that. Wickham, on the other hand, you might want to leave one of these guys out because he seems to be someone who has the power really to clear any part of this ground.
Absolutely.
It's the end of another over. Now at the end of it, Grenada wobbling a bit in this chase of 96. They are 67 for the loss of 6.
The 67 for 6. They need another 29 runs to win. And it's really a game for either side here to win. Really precariously poised at this point here at the Park Hill playing field between the Grenada under 15s and the St. Vincent Grenadines under 15s. Incisive spells being bowled here by Thomas and the skipper, John Charles.
Yes, Jordan Charles, 2 overs, 2 for 4 into his third over. A flighty delivery and a crowd catch, as they would say. I'm sure you will hear in the background a very vociferous crowd here, as it has been in the last couple of encounters. They'll be desperate for a win for their side. They've really shown their support for the young men.
Yes, they have been quite boisterous. Predominantly female crowd, I think. In some cases, mothers of some of the players and other close relatives.
This one is short of a length, a bit flatter. And Bishop there up to the task. So he seemed to have a very good technique. Something that we've been calling for in terms of seeing the similar traits in our lower order.
Yeah, that one was a bit flatter, a bit quicker. Beating him outside the off stump as he was saying that cut shot.
I'm surprised we haven't seen a lot more players around the bat, especially to Bishop. We spoke about that in the last over. This one again, maybe just heading down the leg side. These deliveries seem to be just angling in. And one missing the leg stump. So a lot happening out there in the last few overs. And Bishop once again a long way forward and plays it out to the man there at mid-wicket. That over going through very quickly as well, and the end of the 20th over. Now at the end of it, Grenada 6-7 for the loss of 6. So they need for the 29 runs. I think it's the number of overs remaining is irrelevant really. As we welcome back my co-commentator, Mr. Charles. Mr. Charles, good afternoon to you.
Well, good afternoon, and I think I see that smile on your face. I believe buoyed by some success here by the Vincentians.
Yes, they've managed to claw their way back into the game, as we see in this one played out to a deep point region by Wickham. And he gets 2 more. That seemed to be a favour there of his.
Yes, he definitely likes it off the back foot.
So Thomas will be mindful of that and try and bring him onto the front foot as much as possible. I think this wicket is key, because he seemed to be someone who, if given the opportunity to score in the form of a bad delivery, he can actually take advantage of it.
And I note that against Dominique, he can strike the ball. Once you give him that opportunity, he will capitalize.
This one is short again, and he's punching off the back foot out to the man there, deep extra cover. So that's a good field set for him in terms of having that man back on the boundary. Another single added to the total. It's now 70 for the loss of 6.
Still 25 needed for wickets in hand. But it appears that the Vincentian being buoyed by some success in the middle and really looking to make a fight of it. And that's what you want to see. And a victory will do them a world of good.
This one is beating him outside the off stump. Once again, Thomas seemed to get that delivery to just move away a bit from the right-hander at a good pace as well. This one is flighted, and there goes Bishop driving it up to Captain Charles. And there's no run.
I like the approach of Thomas. I like the way he approaches stumps in terms of his bowling. He looks someone who has some level of maturity.
Yes, I was mentioning earlier, he seemed to be in control of what he wants to do with the ball in terms of the pace he wants to bowl at. Definitely. And the line and length that he's bowling. And gets through his overs very quickly as well. As another over comes to an end.
Not giving you much time to think.
21 overs completed. Grenada under 15. They are 70 for the loss of 6 in pursuit of 96 for victory.
So we see the number 15 coming back. Going to pick it up from the school end.
It's Captain really, Charles, yes.
The Captain Charles himself, but the 2 spinners have really taken charge in the middle here and have put Grenada under some pressure, what they have not really grown accustomed to. I think it's the first time really, it's the second time that they have find themselves under some pressure.
Yes, the Vincentian team showing their steel, their metal here, in terms of making this total very difficult for the Grenadians, as this one again is outside the off stump. Wickham eyes there lit up temporarily, but that one seemed to have been pushed through and beating him outside the off stump. As you see a slight change in the field, the man that shot, third man, coming a bit squarer. This one again is fuller and missing everything. So Wickham prepared to play shots still. Seem to be that type of player.
Yes, he is. From my observation with the game against Dominica, he seemed to want to play his shots. And he's not one who's going to push around for a very long time.
This one is on the line of the leg stump. An optimistic appeal there from the Vincentians. Seem to be appealing for everything, rightfully so. They're in the moment. This picture will really give them a boost to their morale. This one is a good line, a good length. I think that's the length that he needs to be to become. Just foolish coming back into him. Seem to be reluctant to really get onto the front foot.
This looks predominantly a back foot player.
This one again is playing from the crease.
Exactly. That reluctance to bring that right foot forward, stretching out.
He's hitting this one uppishly. Out to the man there at long off. Well timed from him. He gets another single. So he seemed to be a very good timer of the ball, and that's one thing we have seen from him so far. Whenever the ball has hit the middle of his bat, seemed to be traveling, and another over comes to an end. 22nd.
He's a big man as well.
71 for the loss of 6.
I can recall a shot he played against one of the Pacers against Dominica. It was short and he was on the back foot in a flash and was over mid-wicket for 6. Down at the Cumberland playing field, and it was a real powerful shot.
Just getting some refreshments there, Wickham. Just getting a little breather. I've seen him run a couple of singles in the last few overs, so if it's an area he needs to improve on in terms of his fitness, but he's still a relatively young man. So those are areas he would want to improve on if he's ready to get a cricketing career started and sustained, as we're going to see a change in bowling. It's going to be Bob, Alston Bob Jr., to continue proceedings here from the southern end, replacing Zach Thomas. Bob, this one is outside the off stump, starts with a wide. Really can't afford these extras at this point in time.
You cannot afford to give away these extras. You have to keep things very tight. 23, 24 needed still.
This one is looking to aim somewhere with a long off there. That flight really had his eyes lit up. There we come. Just need to be selective. Need to be smart about how he goes about operations. This once again outside the off stump. Very close to and wide. Umpire Byam there not adjudicating that one to be too wide. This one is short of a length, and Wickham plays it up to the man there at cover. So a lot of excitement here at the Parkway playing field. The wrong number 3. This one is short and is looking to cut this one. Missed it completely. Yes, wrong number 3 in this Winlott Super 6 Windward Islands Under 15 tournament. This game is critical for Grenada. If they win it, then they will be able to go straight to the finals. A win for St. Vincent and the Grenadines perhaps will not be enough to get them into the finals, but a win would definitely be a moral booster.
Most definitely. A win for Grenada would push them into the final. A win for St. Vincent and the Grenadines would just boost their morale.
Yes, they will be looking to finish the tournament on a high. They still have another game, a potential game, in terms of whether third place or fourth place.
Playoff.
Yes.
That's on Sunday at the Cumberland playing field.
As another over comes to an end. So, one wide from that over. 72 for the loss of 6. Grenada.
And Wickham is off strike, importantly, and exposes Bishop, rather small in stature, not a lot of power. One don't expect to see him really looking for a power shot, more or less guiding it, looking for the ones or so. But they can, if I was the captain, I'm going to bring a few failures close then to just get them within his eye line and put some added pressure.
Yes, I think that's something we discussed just before Alonso went off air in terms of getting, this one is getting the inner portion of the bat. Don't think they'll be able to get to.
Wickham can go for 2.
Yes, I was saying to Alonso that it will be highly unlikely that we'll see a 2 being run with Wickham at the crease because he's not really as mobile as some of the other players. Wickham. Yes, just to go back to your point in terms of Bishop, I think with Bishop and Strike, you can actually bring in more close fielders. A man at slip, a man at short, fine leg, that sort of thing, because he's not someone who's going to punish you in terms of his power.
Definitely.
He seems to be one who is just willing to build a partnership here with Wickham, yes. Coming in at number 8. And it's something that we spoke about at length as well the last couple of games in terms of the techniques of some of the lower order players from the other teams as opposed to St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team.
Yes, I think definitely I've seen in occasions where the lower order try to hold up an end, but the Vincentians seem not to have that in their psyche.
Yes, just don't have the competence really in terms of their technique to try and bat as more. Even today, they lost some wickets in the middle and it would have been nice for them to bat close to that 48 over.
Yes.
As this one is scooping it really. I think he's in 2 minds. Wickham, the defense doesn't seem to be his go-to game.
He likes to hit the ball. I think it's still early days and there's a lot that you can work with these youngsters in terms of developing their game.
This one is guiding to the man there, Johnny, at short third man for no run. So 1 run from this over so far, another economical over. These economical overs could be critical because they can actually build a bit of pressure even though there's really no sort of scoreboard pressure in terms of the scoring rate required. But they can get to these youngsters, they're still young, learning the game. As another over comes to an end, it's the end of the 24th. And Grenada chasing 96 here for victory at the Parquet playing field. They are 73 for the loss of 6.
Well, it's a bit quiet at the moment, but I think if the Vincentian can eke out a wicket here, it would certainly bring a lot more life into the game. They were very buoyant a few overs ago. That has dropped a bit, but I'm sure that a wicket, we often say wickets are like tonic, and getting a wicket here can really bring that sort of energy back into their game plan.
Yes, 23 runs required for victory. As we see Bob again continue proceedings, and this one hitting him on the pad. Loud appeal once again. Umpire Byam says not out. This one again, there goes Bishop just coming forward, leaning forward. He seemed to have more tendency to come forward as opposed to Wickham.
Well, he's willing to come on the front foot. Wickham is willing to stay on the back foot.
This one again, there goes Bishop. Textbook style. Plays it up to the man there, Charles in the covers. This one is short of a length, skidding through. Maybe not bouncing as much as he was expecting.
It was a little too close to him for the cut. And he missed it.
This one is short of a length and looking to punch it through the covers there. Bishop just not exerting the same type of power that we've seen from Wickham at the other end. Understandably so, they're 2 contrasted builds. Once again trying that cut shot outside the off stump, so it's a maiden over. And at the end of the 25th, they're 73 for the loss of 6.
Things are pretty tight. Really keeping things there, not giving Bishop anything to score. And at over number 25, it's 73, 23 overs remaining, 23 runs to get, 4 wickets in hand.
Yes, so all 23s. I'm not sure if 23 was one of those Super 6 numbers that called today. I think it was 21 and 22. Super 6. escalating to $2 million. Is it $2 million?
Very attractive.
Indeed so. Indeed so. Remember, this is the Winlott Super 6 under 15 tournament.
Yeah, have you invested any into it?
Yes, I bought a ticket already. I haven't even watched it as yet. I realized no one won. Or so I've been told. As Captain Charles comes in for another over, bowling to Wickham, and Wickham once again just coming forward on his tentatively, and there's no run. Wickham 8 from 36. So despite we're speaking about his attacking instincts, so far he has not been able to get that sort of rhythm into his innings and consistently putting the ball into gaps and scoring.
Well, congrats to the Vincent and bowlers. They have kept things rather tight, not giving him that room, that width, apart from that back foot cover drive that he played. He has not been given any room to free his arms. And things have been very, very tight on him, but he's still there. And any loose deliveries, he would really want to pounce on it. Again, the weight on the back foot.
Yes, that was a foolish length, and he was still camped a bit on the back foot. Just wasn't able to get it past the bowler himself. He's guiding this one. A chance for a run out here. Direct hit. Oh, just a rather lazy, tired attempt there from Haksha. Coming around to his favoured hand. I think a better throw there would have had Bishop in some problems.
Bishop would have been a more powerful throw and with more direction. Bishop could have found himself struggling to make his ground. But in the end, he got a single. Wickham would keep strike.
Yes, it's in the end of another over, so these overs just flying by, really.
They're really going through very quickly indeed.
26 overs completed, 74 for the loss of 6. As we're going to see Thomas come back into the bowling attack. So he was out for a couple of overs. It's about 6 overs so far, 2 for 15. I'm replacing Bob. It's a flighted delivery and down the leg side. Should get some runs here.
2 more to the total.
Await the signal of umpire Bayam, and yes, he confirms it's a wide. So it's 76 now for the loss of 6. 20 runs to get.
Needed. Still a lot of overs. That's
I think the overs are irrelevant in terms of if they're able to bat these overs, they will get these runs quite easily. The issue here is the wickets preservation from a Grenadian perspective, and from St. Vincent perspective, as this one is bowled him. Just about to say, from a Vincentian perspective, they will need to take wickets consistently, and that is a good start as Thomas comes back into the attack. He gets the breakthrough. Bishop goes, and it's now 76 for the loss of 7.
Yes, 76 for 7. Bishop, first attacking shot that we have seen from Bishop. Not able to make any contact, and he lost his middle stump.
Yes, it was a uncharacteristic shot there from him. What we have seen from him so far is the tendency to play the ball in the V. On that occasion, looking to pull that delivery, and what we've seen from Thomas is that he gets this ball to skid on to the batter, and that was really not a prescribed shot for that particular delivery.
So good captaincy here, Charles bringing Thomas back into the attack, and Thomas striking immediately, getting that breakthrough. Well,
Charles, the decisions that he has made so far has actually paid off, because I was questioning the move to bring on himself when Baptiste, he had 2 overs, 1 for 2. But he was also able to pick up a couple of wickets, and on this occasion he had taken Thomas out of the attack, brought in Bob, and then reintroduced Thomas, and now he's had the breakthrough once again. So the decisions he has made has actually paid off so far. Definitely. And he'll be hoping that it continues to pay off for him and the Vincentian team.
Definitely. So he has really done well as a captain in this game.
The new batter is Tevin Gordon, coming in at number 9. Didn't see him with the ball, Gordon, coming in at number 9, so I'm not sure about his batting pedigree.
Certainly, because we really didn't see him. I have not seen him actually with the ball against Dominique as well. And to come in at this particular stage.
As he's bowling, well, we were speaking about his batting pedigree, and I guess that shot alone explains it.
Well, so are you saying that he's making up the 11.
I don't want to put it that way, but we're just saying that we haven't seen him with the ball in terms of bowling. And then he's coming in at number 9, so it tells me that perhaps he's someone whose batting pedigree is not that efficient. And it showed in that delivery. Once again, Thomas bowling that nagging length where he's able to get that ball to just skid on to the right-handers. And once again, bowling straight as well, hitting the stumps.
When you miss, I hit.
Yes.
I think, is that Thomas's 4th wicket or so?
Yes, so figures of 4 for 17, 6.4 overs. So definitely putting his hand up here as a senior player in this makeup, and getting the job done for the captain.
Is he anything related to O'Neill Thomas?
Yes, I think that's his father. We have seen Thomas on a couple of occasions. We call him Gun. That's his nickname. He has been up here. I'm supporting him. I haven't seen him today, but I'm sure he'll be proud somewhere where he is, knowing that his son is doing well with the ball here. Actually bowling St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 to victory. Well, at least that's what they will be hoping. Still a little distance to go, still 20 runs to get, as this one is getting the outer portion of the bat, and they will get a single. The new batter being Jelani George, the left arm seamer.
76. But I could understand the nickname Gun, because I'll be very honest with you, I do not think I've seen a player who had a more powerful stroke than O'Neill Flagger Thomas.
Indeed so. And I guess we could say Zach Thomas is contrasting in terms of how he plays. But that's a discussion for another day, as we're looking at him bowling this time. He's giving a bit of room here for Wickham, and as we've seen, his strength is outside the off stump, just waiting to get a bit of room. Yes.
Once he gets that room, he's going to score, and the total goes on to 80. So still 16 to get, 2 wickets in hand. It can go anywhere, and no ball signal. Is it?
I think it's a. Yes, it's a free hit. Yes.
It's a no ball, so the total on to 81, and a free hit being given.
So it's definitely not the guy you'll want to give a free hit to, because we have seen that he has the power. Hopefully, let's see how this one goes. He's swinging at this one wide.
So the free hit's still in order.
Yes.
82 now.
82 for 8. Still a free hit. And Wickham will be aiming somewhere over the boundary. He's swinging at this one again outside the off stump, peeling out, and his misfield on the boundary. A poor attempt really there from Martinez Stapleton. That's something that his captain or even his supporters here are very proud of. And another boundary given there to Wickham, so he's getting his innings going. He's getting a bit of momentum into his innings. The score now moves on to 87 for the loss of 8. They require a further 9 runs for victory.
Well, this is really taking the wind out of the sail of the Vincentians. So he's over, came to an end. So at the end of over number 27, what, 86?
87 for 8.
87 for 8. Still 9 runs to get, 2 wickets in hand. And Wickham is off strike. I'm sure if I was Captain Charles, I would want to bring the fielders in close. Let's put some pressure on the number 10.
Agreed.
And really try to squeeze these 2 wickets out in quick succession.
Yes, let's see how this one goes, as he's coming a long way forward there. Jelani George has a bit of reach as well. And Captain Charles will be looking to bowl his team to victory here. That's well played there from George.
George is willing to come right forward.
Last over, 12 runs coming from the last over.
12 runs.
From Thomas. It was 2 wickets as well. So a bit of a mixed bag from Thomas that last over. That misfield really would have hurt the captain and by extension the entire team.
Yes.
It was an easy single in the end. It should have been an easy single, sorry, but ended up being 4 runs. It's over so far. George just coming forward.
5 deliveries on a trot. Right forward and defending.
Seem to know what his job is. And a chance for a run out, is it? No, well placed. He placed it in the gap there, George. And call Wickham through for a single. So he will keep strike, interestingly. And at the end of the 28 over, Grenada 88 for the loss of 8. All 8 here at the park in playing field.
Well, unfortunately, you can't pay 88 for the Super 6. But we have all 8s, 88 for 8 off 28. And definitely, let's see. And Thomas is pulled out of the attack and Bob comes back into the attack.
Yes,
He's mixing it up.
Yes, I guess the fact that he went for 12 would have kind of altered this decision, but I'm still thinking I would have backed Thomas, because given what we have seen from him so far. Yes.
In the over, and I would have stuck with him.
This one is short of a length and he's punching it through the covers. It could get 4. It's well timed. Well saved there by Captain Charles, sliding and preventing 4.
Has saved 2 runs for the team. The total goes to 90. They're inching closer. The excitement is really mounting here at Park Hill.
Yes, 6 runs for victory. George here playing a very good hand. Once again, he's punching this one out to a short third man position, and Wickham, he made it in the end. It took him a while, and he made it in the end. I think that is poor.
Good arm.
But I don't want to criticize the captain. He's a young man, but on a situation like that, you want to keep Wickham away from the strike. So some of these players in the circle need to be closer. Right? If it is that Jarez Batiste was close on that occasion, it would have really affected a run out. But he's still young, he's still learning the game, and we don't want to be overly critical of the young men at this point in time.
I'm totally agreeing with you on that.
So 91 for 8. As this one is beating him outside the off stump. I think there was a chance there for a stumping, but we spoke about the fact that the wicket keeper is quite a way back. It is not able to do that.
He was struggling to keep it in his gloves. But that zipped through, a quicker, flatter delivery. And really, Wickham was beating Orleans up.
I think that's the line and the length you need to bowl. If the minute you start giving him any whiff outside the off stump, you're going to put yourself into problems. Well bowled again from Bob. 91 for the loss of 8. For the 5 runs for victory. This one is not allowed a P there.
And one could understand the excitement.
That one perhaps pitching outside the leg stump. Cannot be given out, or should not be given out, I should say. Pitched outside the leg stump on that occasion. As we were saying a couple of games ago, we were saying that the stands here, we have match referees, we have umpires, we have the whole lot. We have the whole lot here in the stands. As the end of the over, an eventful one there from Bob, well bowled by him. And at the end of it, it's 91 for the loss of 8, 29 overs completed.
So at the end of 29, and certainly they have done well. And it appears as if Thomas is coming back into the attack. Captain Charles is pulling himself out of the attack, and Thomas comes back into the attack. So interesting move by Captain Charles. Let's see the fortunes of Thomas from the far end.
Yes, everything he has touched so far, Charles has turned to goal. He'll be hoping that this is a final touch that can lead to a victory here for the Simmons and the Grenadines under 15 team. The last over, we saw George having the inclination to really come as far forward as possible and playing that over pretty comfortably from Charles. So he's just looking to offer him something different. Once again, he's pushing this one out to cover region. Matanaya there bringing down those large size 12s, they look like to me, and preventing a single. Once again, he's driving this one nicely there, George. Out to a deep extra cover position. I think Wickham rightfully, sensibly says he'll take this single. So George, I have been impressed with George, and that's something that once again we've spoken about, the lower order coming in and showing a bit of fight, a bit of technique, a bit of comfort in what they're doing. And that is exactly what George has done so far.
He has done that excellently for his team. He came out, he's looked very assured what he's about and really inching his team to victory here. 4 runs needed, still 2 wickets to get. And Thomas would bowl to the heavy-set Wickham, who we know can hit the ball a long way.
Wickham 17 from 47 and George 6 from 11. So even though it's 6 runs, there's been 6 important runs because he has managed to find the gaps and put Wickham back on strike whenever he needs to, and that sort of thing.
And you can see him calling now Wickham down there to have a word with him, trying to give him some advice in terms of what to do. We are very close.
Yes, Jelani George seemed to have a very good cricketing brain as Wickham is punching this one. Chance for a run out. Well backed up there by captain, yes. I think the right man was in that position.
Well positioned, very good cricket here.
That one was travelling.
Yes, George was looking for the single, and Bob doing the right thing, looking to hit that stumps. So the tension mounting here at Park Hill.
This again, Wickham punching off the back foot. It's a shot he has favoured so far with a degree of success. Just not finding the gap on that occasion. But he has played well, Wickham. He has played sensibly. Whenever the balls have been in his hitting zone, he has been prepared to take a chance, take a risk, and it has paid off on a couple of occasions so far.
So he has really played well, anchored the innings, so to speak. And he is a similar innings he played against Dominica, anchored the innings along with Mitchell. And I think he was there right to the very end. He was willing to defend, but once they gave him that opportunity to score, he grabbed it and really hit the ball with some power and saw Grenada home in the end rather easily.
Yes, and that's the type of cricket that we want to see from the youngsters at this early age. The inclination to wanting to bat and batting with a purpose, batting with a plan. And we can clearly see a plan here from both of these players, which is good to see. Jelani George came in to a pressure situation and he was able to handle the pressure very well. Just supporting Wickham, who has been there for a while.
What is also surprising at when one looks at Jelani George in relation to the 2 batters before, and you ask yourself if they got it right, because he looked far more competent than the 2 batters we saw before.
Once again, he's stroking this one out to extra cover. He seemed to be wanting to find the gaps, and that's what he has done well so far. Even though he's coming forward with a purpose and actually opening the face of the bat, getting the ball into the gaps and getting these singles. A lot of the batters we have seen throughout the day, they're coming forward, yes, but they're not really coming forward with any sort of intention, any sort of positive intent. A positive intent doesn't necessarily have to be a boundary. It could be placing the ball into the gaps.
Definitely.
So 92 for the loss of 8 when over number 32. Captain Charles coming back from the southern end. So they're switching things around. Jelani George once again finding the middle of the bat.
One would definitely, I would love to see him just push him on the back foot a bit to see how he approaches. He looks very, very comfortable on the front foot.
This one is played up, a chance for run out. Direct hit, yes. A brilliant direct hit there from Haksha. Very, very good direct hit. It was the only way that he could have had that wicket because the bowler wasn't really close to the stump. He took the chance, and in the end, it was bullseye and a very good wicket there.
It is. And really an ill-advised single by Asnet. And he was the one who called. but really ill-advised. But Hackshaw picked it up, had a throw, hit the stumps, and he was gone for the money.
Turn into a Tantimolo ending here at the Parky playing field. Final wicket coming in. Number 13, Jeremy Edwards, the man there. And that was a delivery stroked up to the man there at mid-off. I think the fact that he beat the man at extra cover, that was what really prompted Jelani George to say that yes, there's a single on. But it went to the left of Hackshaw, who came around and really saw the opening there. And in the end, it was a brilliant show and a run out.
Good cricket, and it's certainly the Vincent and putting up that fight. So right now, it's going to be very tight indeed. Wickham is on strike. How many deliveries remaining in the over?
2 deliveries remaining in the over.
And really, it's a pressure situation at this particular juncture.
So they're actually 1 hit away from victory, Grenada, and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, they're 1 wicket away. So both of them within touching distance of that victory, and it's really made for compelling cricket here at the Park Hill playing field.
Well, it's going to see, it's really going to go see who would hold their nerves.
$92 for the loss of 9. Remember, the target here is 96. So 1 boundary will do it for the Grenadians, and 1 wicket will do it for the Vincentians. Let's see how it goes. It's Charles comes in, bows, and that's a wide outside the off stump. A naughty delivery there.
Into the drama.
Yes, a naughty delivery there from Charles, perhaps feeling the pressure as well. It's to be coming around the wicket. Change of angle. 93 for 9. Let's see what goes on here now, as this one is short of a length and he's swinging at this Wickham, aiming somewhere over deep mid wicket, not getting the type of contact that he was looking for, but you could see his intentions. Wickham again is hitting this one up in the air, chance for a catch, and he's dropped. Never really looked comfortable there. I think it's Batiste running in. Just was kind of late in picking up.
Indeed. Never looked comfortable, never got into the catching zone and taking that catch, and you could see some comforting hugs to Batiste, but he was coming in off the boundary, but really you didn't see that confidence coming into that catching zone.
Well, I think he actually went with 1 hand. I think a diving 2-handed would have been recommended. Yes, I think he picked up the flight of the ball very late as well, because he's not all the way back on the boundary. He was actually a few meters in, which should have given him a better opportunity to effect that catch. But thankfully for Wickham and for Grenada, the catch was spilled there by Joris Batiste. Still looked to be very dejected. Just need to pick himself up. You still have a chance here of effecting a victory. As we're going to see Thomas once again into his 9th over. Yes, 8 overs, 4 for 29 so far. And Wickham is swinging at this one. Not beating the man there, Slater, at mid-on. So clearly Wickham is looking to end this one very quickly. He's not going to be pushing around. Just wants to end it. Thomas just have to be mindful here of that. Once again, taking the inner portion of the bat. I don't think Wickham want to expose his number 11. Once again, we don't know about the batting pedigree of the number 11.
We have no idea what to expect. So Thomas Wickham decided, I'm going to take charge.
He's bowling! He's bowling! So victory here for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines under 15 team. Winning this one by 1 run. Crowd here invading the park like they did back in the 90s. Many of them spectators, many of them family members, close friends of the players. Good to see, they deserve it. They have been here supporting all the days. And St. Vincent and the Grenadines defending a total of 96. Last man out being Wickham. He'll be very disappointed. But at the Park Hill playing field here, St. Vincent and the Grenadines have won this one. Your thoughts on the encounter?
A pretty good game. And must take congratulations to Thomas. He picked up 5 and really bowled his team to victory. A very tight finish in the end, winning by 1 run. And really, I think a rightly deserved victory for St. Vincent. The host country, they lost their first 2 games, but here they came out and they fought. They were bowled out for 95 they came out and they fought hard. Grenada off to a pretty good start, solid start, but in the end, the spinners came back, did it for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Congratulations to them, and this will be their confidence a world of good, that they can go away feeling good that they have really defeated Grenada in this encounter.
Well, they've started the tournament very slowly. If you can recall, they've been bowled out of 45 in that first encounter. But the last two games, we have seen certain aspects of their game improving. I mean, the total package is not there in terms of the bowling and the batting coming together at the same time. But what we have seen is just glimpses of what they can offer in terms of getting better at this particular level. Today, must be said, Cody Slater, he batted well. Majority of the overs really helped that total reach to 95. They were hoping for something more, but in the end, it proved to be just enough as Zach Thomas really bowled his heart out. And congratulations to the young man.
Definitely. And one of the things I can say, Osnet, is that the bowling, I think they have the confidence in the bowling. The batting is the problem here for St. Vincent. It's something that they have to work at and think again, because they would be in the third place playoff.
Okay, just a summary of the games so far. The game today, 95 St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Slater 32 from 1-4. Jordan Charles, the captain, he made a polished 28. Batties 3. They pick up the bonus of Grenada. Desron Mitchell 3 for 5. Bishop 2 for 21. Rock 2 for 12. Grenada in response, they made 94. Wickham top scored with 18. Charles 10. Bartholomew 10. They pick up the bowlers for the Vincentian team. Zach Thomas with figures of 8.3 overs, 5 for 29. Jordan Charles, the captain, he bowled a very good spell as well. 2 for 10 from his 8 overs, and Tyrese Akshaw 1 for 16. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning this one by 1 run, and a very good effort here from the Vincentian team, much to the delight of the supporting cast here in the form of the spectators.
Well, definitely it was, and certainly this jubilation in the Vincentian camp, we saw it from the spectators as well. They ran onto the field to give congratulations to the St. Vincent teams for coming out victorious. It augurs well for cricket, and really a very good game, exciting game. In the end, St. Vincent winning by 1 run. Congratulations to Grenada to put up a good fight. And Osnet, you'll be here for the final. We wait to see the teams that would be in the final. I would make my journey to Cumberland for the third place playoff. So all the best to you and to
Alonso, yes.
And it was really a pleasure working with you guys.
Yes, and thank you very much for all the viewers around the world, around the Caribbean, joining us for this broadcast. It was an exciting day today in terms of cricket. Join us again on Sunday for the finals here and the third place playoff at the Cumberland playing field. We don't have information at the moment in terms of the finals because of the other calculations that has to go into play. But we'll definitely be here. Join us then.